Hey, my name is King. If you don't know who I am, my name is Israel King. I'm a writer, director, and anime commentator on my main channel, King Tannic. Now, if you've been a fan of pop culture for any amount of time, then you surely must have noticed the sudden rise in popularity in anime and manga. Films breaking box office records, series topping the most pirated show of the year chart, and of course, the very apparent fan base that has surrounded it. According to a poll back in February of this year, about 50% of Gen Z watches anime. Now, if you're not Gen Z, it can be kind of hard not knowing anything about this new, sudden, very popular corner in the pop culture zeitgeist. And that's where we come in. King Tannic and the Burnettwork have partnered to bring you the best anime and manga related news show on YouTube. The Otaku Experience is your go-to place to find out the biggest stories of the week in the anime and manga industry. Still not convinced? Try the show out for yourself. The show airs Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time or 5 p.m. Eastern. The Otaku Experience, only on the Burnettwork.
Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies.
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make the, like they carve the mold of, thank you, of the.
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, I'm back. It is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, and as people have been calling me on the last couple days on Twitter, an alt-right monster. You know, we'll talk about that. Wow. You know, that's something that I've never thought I'd be called, but hey, you know what? You post certain videos and people just brand you as something. It's lots of fun out there. But welcome to Midnight Musings, and we're going to muse tonight. It's episode number 57. You know her, you love her. She's my co-host. She's
Hello, Robert. How are you tonight? It's so good to be here on Musings.
We're going to muse tonight. You know, it's funny. I just had a little. I sent my latest project that I've been working on. It is a feature film called The White Devils. Waiting for that final sound mix, and I sent a copy to take a gander at, and I realized I sent her the wrong fucking video. I sent her a sizzle reel for a documentary I'm working on, and she's like, I love the sizzle reel, it was great. And I'm like, did you watch the right thing? And I didn't, because I'm like, well, I'm glad you liked it. And then she was telling me I sent her the sizzle reel. I'm like, oh, fuck. Oh, well. I didn't send you the right thing. But now you can watch it, and it'll be great to hear what you think.
I can't wait to see it, Robert. We've been talking about it. You've been telling me about it for so long. And yes, the sizzle reel was also fantastic because I was like, wow, this is amazing.
Yeah, don't tell anybody about that.
No, I won't tell
Mum's the word. Mum is the word.
Anything to anybody. But I wondered about it because I said, wait a minute, this doesn't look like what he was talking about. So yeah, now I have the right thing. I went and checked it. I logged in my computer. I have it. So I can't wait to watch it. In fact, I'm debating whether I should stay up for the 90 minutes after the show and watch it, even though I'm not going to like, my brain won't be functioning, but it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be staying up for like forever.
Yeah.
You know,
I want to though. See, this, I knew this was going to happen, or if you send me something that's like, I gotta watch it immediately. But yeah, I can't wait to see it, Robert. I know it's amazing. You worked on it, so.
well, you know, it's by the team that brought you Tango Shalom, something totally different.
Yay! I love that team. I think you guys are fantastic. You do great work, and you know, it'll be fun to see this other project, Robert. This is wonderful. It's wonderful to be able to see this.
Yeah, and you know, because I couldn't, like I've told people, like I couldn't be a YouTube pundit if I wasn't working on stuff, because you know I feel. But then again, I probably shouldn't then make fun of other people in the industry either about their work. But I'm like, you know what? I'm putting work out there too, so you can make fun of me if that's what you want. And like speaking of other work, let's say I'm gonna switch to the output. Speaking of other work, there is a documentary that is a 4-night documentary that's going to play over 4 weeks in July that I'm actually in. It'll be airing on the CW consecutive weeks, and I'm trying to look for the actual when it's going to. Well, it's called, for those of you who don't know, it's called 1982, The Greatest Geek Year Ever. And it is a documentary looking back at, obviously, 1982. The reason why it was the greatest geek year ever is because movies, music, fashion, everything in that year, but specifically so many movies that we love came out that year. And in the space of May, June, and July, let me give you some titles that just came out in May, June, and July. Conan the Barbarian, The Road Warrior, Star Trek II, Poltergeist, E.T., Blade Runner, The Thing, Wrath of Khan. Did I say that already?
Yes.
Megaforce, Tron. It was an incredible time, and so this documentary is an interview. It's interviews with filmmakers that worked on all those films, and Ron Howard's Night Shift came out in 1982, which is one of my favorite comedies. So I believe he's in the documentary. But there's a lot of great filmmakers, and I'm in the documentary. So it's airing on the CW, and it's going to be on their app as well. So it's going to be airing, I want to say July 8th or something, but I'm not sure exactly when it's going to air. So, but it is, and very excited to be a part of it. It was actually produced by Scott Mantz, Mark Altman, who I made Free Enterprise with, and Roger Lay Jr. directed it, who I worked on all the Star Trek, The Next Generation, and Enterprise Blu-rays. So it's pretty cool to see a bunch of people I know that I really like, and so it's going to be fun, I think. And I think it starts July 8th, but it's pretty cool to be on a network. I mean, yeah, it's the CW and it's a dying network, but still, to be on a network is pretty cool. And
Yes.
Lael has like a sinus infection or something, so I don't know if he's going to be here, but he might. He said he might. He might join us. So
Okay. Yeah, Robert, I'm looking forward to that documentary. 1982 was a remarkable year, and we keep going back to these films. I mean, with films like Blade Runner and with The Thing, we keep going back to these films
that
we
opened on the
love.
same day.
They opened on the same day. I covered Blade Runner last week with Catherine Cook and Cameron Pasha, who many of you know from many of the channels, who's a writer for television as well. And we just talked about what was so incredible about Blade Runner. And we're going to have a second Blade Runner review Saturday. I guess that's tonight, where we're talking about Blade Runner 2049. But we're also going to do The Thing, because those two films, amongst
Thank you.
many others, are just so phenomenal that, you know, I just thought it'd be interesting to kind of dive into them, looking at them after such long periods of time, and just trying to figure out, you know, these elements that are just so precious in them that we all enjoy. So I can't wait to see you in this documentary, Robert. I'm excited to see
I
you.
I haven't
comment
seen it. I haven't seen the documentary. I got an email or a text today from someone who's actually seen the documentary and said I was really good in it. So
Wow, that is wonderful.
it's
I
funny
mean,
because it's one of those things, it's one of those things that you do. Like, I think I was interviewed 2 or 3 years ago. Because when you make documentaries, it takes sometimes a really long time because they had to get a lot of filmmakers and scheduling, and I went and I was interviewed at Private Island, which is a sound design place that I've worked at. We did like all the post-production sound for Femme Fatales there. I've been working out of there for years, and I don't even remember when I did that. But it's cool that it got finished. It had its world premiere at the Sitges Film Festival, which is my favorite film festival in the world. It's in Barcelona, Spain, and they brought it there back in October, where it was interesting because I think that version was like 162 minutes long or something, and I remember Roger telling me it's 4 hours long, and I don't know if we're gonna get it cut down. Well, they did. And then, of course, the White Devils again. Woohoo! Yeah, we'll be very curious to hear what everybody thinks of this. Which, hopefully, if everything works out, it's going to have its world premiere at this Palm Springs International Film Festival. So we shall see. And then I got a couple of other things in play as well, movie projects. We'll see where they go.
So exciting, Robert! It's so exciting. What a year for you!
Yeah, it's just you plug away. You just chip away at stuff, but it's nice to be parts of things that are getting made. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
And then Tango Shalom opens in Germany in October, so I'll be going over there, and that'll be fun. So
wow.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff happening, all kinds of things. So there you go. So how are you? How was your week?
My week was great. We have this weird smoke coming back from Canada again, but other than that, I'm excited for this holiday weekend. I've worked hard maybe this whole month. I've worked a lot of hours, and I just want to cut loose this weekend and enjoy. This will be the first July 4th that's normal here where I live, and it's a beach community. So I'm just going to enjoy myself and have fun.
Well, that's good. I mean, that's really all you can ask. Mm-hmm. And that's good. We have good fireworks out here, and it's really funny. Today was the first day it got summer hot, and we're at the edge of the desert, so it got summer hot. It was like 96. I was like, wow, it finally feels like summer, because June was mostly very gloomy, June gloom as they call it, and a lot of marine layers, and we didn't see a lot of the sun, but we're now seeing the sun, which was great. And because the puppies are gone, we got back to walking the dogs, which is great. So that's why off the booze and just drinking my mason jars full of water, so I can get back in shape.
Yes.
Into fighting weight, because I'm going to take on, Michael B. Jordan in Creed 4, the rise of R&B.
You have that really cool pool. I'm sure you want to.
Oh yeah.
Take that too.
Yeah, and hopefully it's not heated, so we can't wait till it gets heated enough where you can swim in it and not get cold. But it's great. It's all good. So this week, obviously, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny finally opened, and it's really interesting. It's kind of falling down for me ideological lines in terms of. There's a lot of people that already had pre-decided they pre-hated the movie, and it's a weird phenomenon that we're getting into because, of Kathleen Kennedy and Phoebe Waller-Bridge. And here's the funny thing about, I loved Fleabag, the show, the series, that it's Phoebe Waller-Bridge's show.
Yes.
And as a talent. Oh my God! The Siri just started talking to me about Phoebe Waller-Bridge. I'm like, that's very scary. But I was a fan of that show, and she's a great writer. So Daniel Craig tapped her to work on No Time to Die, and the problem with that movie was not her contribution to it. So it never bothered me. I mean, I know Phoebe Waller-Bridge was also in Solo, so she's kind of become this. There's a fan backlash against her personally. And which I kind of always thought was weird because I like Fleabag. You know, it's about a woman who wants to fuck a priest. Who doesn't love that? And a hot priest. So let me ask you this. Going into Dial of Destiny, did you have any preconceived notions about it at all? I know there's been reviews since the can, and a lot of stuff was written about it. What did you think?
Well, going into it, I didn't have any preconceived notions because there wasn't a lot to go on. And a lot of it, I remember I was talking to the show, talking with Catherine Cook about what we were expecting from Indy. And mainly what we were talking about was the mechanism, this dial that was being used. And we had said, well, they could have used another type of design for it. And ironically, it's the same item we thought it would be. And so that kind of was fine. But in regards to Phoebe's performance, there wasn't very much to go on because, there seemed to be this fear. And I didn't have the fear, but there seemed to be this fear of how she might perform in the movie. And it was very, very vague. There were a lot of comments about, what type of role and how dominant she would be in it. And, after seeing the film, I think a lot of what was said about her is completely unfounded. So I don't know if everyone feels that way. However, I felt the character was fine. I enjoyed the film, Robert. I had fun watching this film and knowing that it's, let's say the final chapter or whatever they're calling it in the sense. I enjoyed it, especially in certain parts of the film where it's an expectation of it using this dial for something. And then when it gets used, I especially enjoyed that part. And I wasn't expecting to see what they showed in the film. I certainly didn't know I was going to see, let's say, real life historical figures in the film. So I hope I'm not spoiling for people, but I'm not saying exactly what historical figure it is, but I didn't know I was going to see that, and I found that very satisfying. And I almost found myself wishing that I could that I could go back and see some of what was seen or shown in the film. I thought that was very interesting to show that. There was criticism about using, the same, antagonist. However, in the end, it didn't really matter to me because I felt that the delivery of what we got, it was so much more effective version of portraying Indiana Jones than the Crystal Skull version. So I felt that this was maybe more authentic. He had to hold back just a little bit, but it didn't matter because the intention of what the character is like was there. And I enjoyed that very much. So yeah, I enjoyed the film. I would say it's not as good as, it's not as confusing as Crystal Skull. It's much better than that. I think it's a good ending for what they tried to accomplish. I don't think they could have done anything better than this. And I think it was, the perfect ending to the Indy that we enjoy. I guess some people may not agree with that, but I enjoyed it so much, Robert. It was a wonderful film.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was a little, I don't know, I was kind of, I'm still kind of digesting it all, but it's weird to me. I was thinking about, I went to a advanced screening at the Seattle Cinerama Theater that is now, thank God, Paul Allen's estate willed it to the Seattle International Film Festival. But I went to our Cinerama in 1984 and saw it was like a week, it was a all media screening of Temple of Doom. And actually I should go back. So when Raiders was coming out in 1981, it's hard to imagine, but nobody knew what it was about. If you go back and look at the original trailer, which starts out and you see the silhouette of they're digging for the well of the souls, and it's talking about it's hard to imagine this if you weren't there. But the idea of Steven Spielberg and George Lucas teaming up, this was a year after Empire Strikes Back came out, coming on the heels of Jaws and Close Encounters in 1941. I mean, maybe 1941 not as big a movie as people had hoped, but still Spielberg and Lucas were the biggest filmmakers on the planet. And for them teaming up for this movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, nobody knew what it was going to be. So I dragged they used to have public sneaks where you'd go buy a movie, you'd go see a movie, and they would let you see another movie that hadn't come out yet to generate word of mouth. And so we went and saw Excalibur. And people were really mixed on Excalibur. I'd seen it like 2 times. I went a 3rd time. And to go see Excalibur, then you got to see Raiders of the Lost Ark. And the thing was, at the time, in 1981, I was 14. And so when you didn't have YouTube, so you couldn't watch the trailer a million times. So I think I'd maybe seen the trailer once. And I was perplexed by it. And when you were reading about what is Raiders, I thought it was, is this about Noah's Ark? Is it a space ark? Like, what is it? What is this movie about? And going in to see Raiders, we really had no idea other than Harrison Ford was in it. And I remember sitting in the theater and the opening, in South America, and the opening is really kind of mysterious. These men are trudging through the jungle, and you're hearing the unbelievable John Williams score. And then everybody remembers the opening. And then when Harrison Ford the gun gets fired, and then Harrison Ford uses the whip to take it out of the dude's hand, and he walks out of the shadows into the light where you see him as Indiana Jones the first time. We're all just sitting there. I mean, you could tell that this was fucking awesome. Like, from the opening scene, and then the whole raid on the temple, and he gets the Jovitos, the idol, and I mean, we all have seen it 100 million times. And running to Jacques' plane and all that. I mean, that whole opening was, and we knew nothing about it, was one of the great moments in my life in terms of watching movies, because we didn't know what it was. There was no expectations other than Harrison Ford was in it and George Lucas and Steven Spielberg made it. So our expectations were through the roof.
Right.
And we had no idea what we were going to watch. And then, because nobody did. People were like, what is this? And it wasn't until because they kind of kept a lid on it. Like, it was like seeing E.T. E.T. was totally done in secret. No one knew anything about E.T. And I went to a public sneak of E.T., the same deal the next year in the summer of 82. Same deal. I was fucking floored. I mean, the whole packed theater was crying. But Raiders was one of those moments where you had a bunch of, I think there was like, I don't know, 6 or 7 of us. And we were all buzzing. I mean, it was truly, seeing Raiders for the first time, it was truly the magic of movies. And, Raiders was not only wildly entertaining, it was vicious, it was bloody, it was violent. It had a kick-ass central. The funny thing is Marion Ravenwood was such a great character. I mean, you meet her in Nepal drinking again. They're betting on that's been ripped off a million times since then by everybody from Star Trek to whomever. It was fan-fucking-tastic. So in my movie-going life, Raiders of the Lost Ark is a very special movie. And then, of course, I owned the bootleg videotape for a long, because I paid for one pretty soon after, watching it a million times. The bootleg was terrible. And then the movie Raiders was, I want to say in 83 maybe, or 84. It was finally released on VHS as a sell-through. It was released, it must have been 84, because it was released to promote Temple of Doom, because there was a trailer for Temple of Doom on the front of the VHS tape. And it was $39.95. And then going to see Temple of Doom, the anticipation was through the fucking roof. And it was like, who knew what it was going to be? And the big thing was, there was Indiana Jones in that white tux, and Club Obi-Wan to sell Nuachi. And it was that whole opening with the musical number and Kate Capshaw, she comes out of the title like Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom, like she's in the middle of it and walks through it was fucking awesome. And
singing in Mandarin, I think, right?
Anything goes. I mean, and that John Williams score, I love that whole movie. And it was goofier and funnier in a way. Maybe not fun, but it had goofy stuff in it, like when they sit down, monkey brains, and it was, now I'm sure it would be canceled for being culturally insensitive. I wouldn't do anything, I'm the Maharaj. No one cared. It was awesome. And Temple of Doom, I love, Kali Ma, and people are getting, it was the first like PG-13 movie or something. I loved it. So I did not, however, like Last Crusade. Like Return of the Jedi, Last Crusade was an incredible crushing disappointment. And if you want to know why I think that, go back and look up the whining about movies that Elizabeth and I did on Last Crusade. But Indiana Jones and Raiders and Temple of Doom are, I have very fond memories. So, and I hated Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. The Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was perplexing to me, and I didn't understand it. I'm like, it was perplexing to me to see the same guys that made the first 3 movies make this 4th movie and have it feel so, like, odd. And like a lot of people, I think Last Crusade, as much as it's not that I hate it, I just think it's lackluster. There's so much about it that I could explain. If you watch the review, you can see. But they did ride off into the sunset. So going to this movie, I mean, it's so crazy to go to this movie 42 years after Raiders. And to think that my life, I'm 42 years older than when I saw Raiders of the Lost Ark, which is wild to think that Indiana Jones has been a character that I saw birthed on the screen before he even opened nationally, and now to go back and see it again, and so much of my life has passed by. The thing that I was struck by, I would say this: I think Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny is a good movie. It's good. I enjoyed it. It's not a great movie. It's certainly not a great Indiana Jones movie. But as a movie, I liked it. I enjoyed the time that I was sitting there watching it. But what I find interesting about, and I'm not going to get into spoilers. I don't really do reviews on the channel. I just talk about stuff other than Star Trek. The thing that struck me about it was the thing that I didn't like. The thing I didn't like the most is I don't believe that Indiana Jones would wind up the way he is when this movie opens. I mean, not the flashback scene. I mean, in 1969. Mm-hmm. Because if you're Indiana Jones, and I was talking about this, I was tweeting about this today. I'm like, if I had made this movie, and if I'm like, okay, where would Indiana Jones be at 70 years old? Indiana Jones has seen some shit. He's seen, well, he didn't see the Ark of the Covenant open, but he certainly had the Sankara stones. He watched, he watched what happened when someone drank, they chose poorly, and he met the knight guarding the Grail, the Holy Grail, and he saw all this stuff. So in my mind, Indiana Jones should have been like Gandalf. He should have had this as a teacher, because when he was teaching, I mean, the fact that they make it look like he's this curmudgeonly professor, and I'm like, in Raiders, he loved to teach, even though he got excited about it, and there's no reason after all that he's seen. And I understand they tried to make it, there's certain things that happen in his life, but the things that happened in his life were so mundane to me. I'm like, so you're going to tell me that after all the extraordinary things that Indiana Jones has seen in his life, that they had to make him at this place in his life and give him these very human concerns that put him in the place that he was in? I just didn't believe that a guy who had seen everything and experienced everything and all the adventures we didn't see, all the crazy shit that he probably got up to, and we only saw 4 days in the life of Indiana Jones, maybe a couple of weeks, if anything. What else happened to him? So I think that one of the things I felt no joy watching this movie. Mm-hmm. Not any real, because even in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, that whole motorcycle chase through Harvard or whatever, there's real joy there. It's fun, it's joyful. You have a smile on your face. And this movie felt, and I understand it's the end of a person's life or whatever, I get it, but I missed that spark of joyful, playful. I mean, even though Indiana Jones is 70 in this movie or whatever, where's the throwback to the 1930s and 40s, the serials of yore? I mean, it's an action film. It was very competently made. James Mangold did a fine job. But where was that fun, delightful spark of joie de vivre that was in even the 3 movies? And that was what I thought was missing. And a friend of mine, Charlie, he said the same thing. He said there was no Charlie Little Lazarica. He said,
Where was the joy? And I felt like I'm watching this machine that it's working, it's fine, but there was no spark where I felt buoyant or joyful in the film. Like I'll give you an example: the scene where Karen Allen's in Raiders when she's in one of the baskets, like the baskets, and it's like dun 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 dun, you know, and that you see the baskets going, and she's going down Indy. She's being taken down a hall, and then of course she gets put in the truck, and the truck explodes, and then it cuts to that great shot where Indiana Jones thinks she's dead. But that whole basket chase had a whimsy to it, and it had peril, and it had John Williams adding to the whimsy with his score, and you had a smile on your face. And then of course the Cairo swordsman with the scimitar comes, and Indiana Jones shoots him down, and it all of that left a smile on your face. And I felt like what I was watching was ultimately a product that a studio decided to make. They had this IP in their quiver, and they were going to pull it out and shoot it again and see what they could hit. And it made me realize, did we need it? I mean, I liked it. I had a good enough time watching it, but I didn't feel anything. Some people say they cried and nostalgia, but I have tons of nostalgia for Indiana Jones. But I didn't feel joy, and I didn't feel sadness. Mm-hmm. And in that sense, I think that a movie, if it doesn't elicit any emotion in you, and it's just an exercise, I think ultimately it's a failure. But for me, it wasn't a failure because of Phoebe Waller-Bridge. It wasn't a failure because of any of the other actors. It wasn't a failure because of the craft. For me, it didn't work because I didn't feel anything watching it.
That is a very interesting comment on the film, and something that I think that they decided to do in the film. And you talked about the portrayal of Professor Jones, that they probably shouldn't have done, was to put him in a classroom where the students are not interested in what he's teaching. And I don't believe that he would be in that position as a professor. And I also don't think the students would be doing that to him either. I think anybody who's taking an archaeology class is interested in archaeology, and they want to absorb everything they can from that professor, even if the astronauts are coming in for a parade, which I had to confirm with my mom to find out if this actually happened. She said yes.
Yes, it did.
But the point that I'm making is that might be the most unbelievable part of the film, in a sense, because I just don't see anybody not wanting to work with him. He's so amazing. He's done so many things. He's discovered so much that he'd be an emeritus professor. He wouldn't probably even be teaching classes at this point. He'd be coming into the university, and you would find him looking at collections. He may not even be into the classroom, but someone would be like, "Professor, I really need to talk to you. I have a question. Do you have a moment of time?" And he would say, "Of course I have time. What is it?" That would be his role. So to see, and I've been in academic institutions my whole life. So to see a professor being treated like that, and his work and what's important to kind of be pushed aside, I thought was unnecessary, because he also would have been excited about the space program. Why make him seem like he's so disinterested in it, and it's supposed to be competing with his popularity? That's not true. No, that's not true.
He would have been. I mean, the moon landing is something he would be interested in, because, maybe knowing what he knows, maybe there's something on the moon that they might find, and it's, I agree with you. And the idea,
it's about aliens, so he'd be interested in space.
Well, that's the thing. He already knows aliens exist, and it's so we're finally getting off the planet. I totally agree with you. And I think, it codified for me one of the things that I don't like about a lot of the writing that's happening. And I think that, in a way, there are tropes now. And I think writers, especially people that are writing movies and TV now, they fall back on these tropes so often. They're like, okay, here's a curmudgeonly professor. His students don't like him. I mean, this is a made-up, this is a trope. This isn't, like, if you thought about Indiana Jones and ask yourself, well, where would a guy who's seen all this stuff be? I would think, like you said, a professor emeritus or whatever, people would be clawing to get into his classroom because that's why I said I'd make him Gandalf. Like, his class thinks he's this whacked out, and it's the 60s. This Timothy Leary, he's dropped too much LSD, talking about all the fucking magic shit he's seen. You know, he would be talking about eating peyote with the, like, and they should have, like, what I would have done is he's in there teaching, and they could have touched on all these things that we never got to see in the movies. You know, all this crazy shit that he did. And he's like, there I was. Like, I would have opened it up, and he's sitting, like, in a semicircle playing the bongo drums. Like, I got these drums from the something tribe in the middle of the Amazon, and there's an entire lost city there that no one even knows because it's overgrown. You know, and he would have, or he would have had some, this is an energy source from, it's extraterrestrial, you know, and make him fun. Because, and you could have, you know, in the first Raiders when he's talking to Denholm Elliott and Denholm Elliott says they want you to go for it, and he's like, oh, Marcus, I don't believe in any of this hocus pocus mumbo jumbo. And if you had him say, you know what, I believe in all of the hocus pocus mumbo jumbo, and they could have played that scene out in the opposite way and turned Indiana Jones into this, like, crazy, which would have given you the joy but the sadness would be that he knows he's never going to be out in the field again, you know, and because why would he? He's too old. And well, even he knows, like, these creaky old bones, and that could have been a thing. His students could have said, you know, why don't you still have gas in the tank, why don't you go out into the field again?
The what's also interesting is that this story, it feels like it goes into the 70s. So let's say it may not be 78 or 79, but let's just say it tails from the 60s to the 70s, let's say, okay, hypothetically. In the 70s, that's when you started to get shows like In Search Of, and, you know, Isaac Asimov was doing William. Like, you know, and he would be doing a show like that, you know. It would be like, he'd say, I don't want to do shows like those corny people on TV or something like that, because now all of a sudden people were questioning, you know, they come from outer space. Is Stonehenge made by like that? Would have been the direction. So people were very interested in things like that, and archaeology exploded. There was this huge Tutankhamun. You remember, Robert, the Tutankhamun exhibit, and all that stuff kind of started to become very popular in the 1970s and let's say early 80s. All of a sudden, there was this you know, let's say renaissance in that field. Archaeologists and let's say anthropologists, you know, which I think kind of go hand in hand sometimes. All of a sudden, that whole thing was coming in, and, you know, the discovery of different peoples and everybody finding interest in that. So it's very hard to believe the disinterest that was shown.
And okay, here's something. Since you brought this up, I just checked it on Wikipedia. Eric von Donigen's book Chariots of the Gods came out in 1968.
Okay.
And so you Chariots of the Gods have come out, talked about aliens, the lines at Nazca, the ultimate. When I was a kid, I read Chariots of the Gods. We've been visited by ancient aliens. That book should have been in this movie, you know. And he could have talked all about it. He's like, Eric von Donigen doesn't know what he's talking about. I can tell you about the AI, the real aliens. And I think it was a total missed opportunity. And I mean, look, it's not fair to. It's not fair to talk about what a movie isn't, you know. But I do think that this is another problem that I have. What we're talking about right now should have been something that I bet whoever wrote, I forget who is credited on the screenplay, but I bet they didn't even think about Chariots of the Gods. You know, I didn't, and because that led to In Search Of. There was a company called Sun Classic Pictures when I was growing up, when I was a kid in the 70s, and they made all these crazy movies. They made like In Search of Historic Jesus, but the first movie they made was The Outer Space Connection, which is kind of like and then they made a movie called The Mysterious Monsters that was about Bigfoot. And they made their money. They'd release these movies in these small theaters regionally. So when they came to America, or when they came to Washington State, it'd be like, and playing at the something theater in Mukilteo, you know, these crazy, like, not in Bellevue or Seattle. But you had to go see these movies. The Lincoln Conspiracy. They made one feature film called Hangar 18 that was about aliens, and directed by oh God, I forget, a Star Trek director, and I'm drawing a blank on his name, but James, what's his last name? But yeah, I mean, you're right. They should have gone into that because and crystals and the power of pyramids. People, you could buy pyramids so you could put your plants in there, so the energy of the pyramids would keep the plants growing. I mean, they didn't lean into any of that.
In fact, it was entirely unacademic. They treated him like he was a high school teacher who was teaching, I don't know, physics or chemistry. And the kids were falling asleep and they were like, I can't wait for graduation to get the hell out of here. And to be honest with you, college students aren't really like that, especially for the advanced sciences, or let's say something like archaeology. You sign up for that because you want to take that class. You're not in an archaeology class because you don't want to be there. You are excited for archaeology. You're excited for the discovery. You're excited for learning about different cultures and things. So to see students that way, portrayed that way, as not caring and falling asleep, I don't know.
Well,
I've never been in a class like that in the college.
It's interesting. Thomas Logan says, Rob, all those positive, fun things you wanted Indy to be like don't fit. His son died in Vietnam. He's a broken man, thus a broken marriage. But this is what I'm saying, is that's cliche.
Do you know how many professors I know who are in broken marriages? Like, a lot of them. So they were, if that was accurate. I mean, but I think that, him having to deal with that part might have been, they wanted to address it, but it wasn't heavily addressed. But that is typical. That's realistic.
I think that's realistic too. But to me, that's an easy way. Like, oh yeah, let's give him tragedy in his life. Let's give him trauma, because that's all anybody knows. Trauma is now a trope. It's so easy to give everybody trauma,
But he's the kind of professor that if he is single, that women would be like interested in him. So I don't really see him by himself, especially all those years we had to watch all those young female, students eyeball him and look at how hot he is. And now all of a sudden it's like, no, that would still be happening because he's still, like a nice guy, and women like nice men.
Yeah. And Mangle did Logan. Logan was a broken man. Everyone's being a broken man is a cliche. Clint Eastwood in Unforgiven is a broken man. Like, everybody's a broken man. And here's the thing. I have watched stories about older broken men my whole life. It's boring. And to make Indiana Jones, I get it. To make Indiana Jones a broken, but I'm like, okay, Paul Newman in The Verdict, one of my favorite movies, is a broken man. Everyone's a broken man because life sucks, and you meet people who die, and you have tragedy in your life. But it's like Indiana Jones is a guy, in a way, I would have expected to see him be beyond tragedy, because he realizes that the universe is far more wondrous, and maybe there's something more than life. There's death is not necessarily the end. Hence, I saw somebody drink from the Holy Grail. Man, come on.
That is remarkable.
I mean,
I like the chemistry he had with Sean Connery in that film. For me, that's what I enjoyed. So if there was ever going to be a pairing of the two at any other time, it would have been magic, I think, as well. But the chemistry between them, for me, that's what I just continually watch in that film.
Yeah, no, they're great together. Although I think, again, Charlie made a point once. He goes, the ending of Last Crusade is wrong. The ending should have been the reverse. It should have been Indiana Jones who got shot. And it should have been Henry Jones using the Grail diary and getting into the thing and getting the Grail himself. That's how that should have ended. And he saves his son.
I think it would have been more balanced if that had happened. But I'm not quite sure. I guess they wanted to. I don't think it necessarily would have been that Indy was no longer the hero in his own film, which is what I think they might have been afraid of doing.
Yeah.
But that, I think, showing how much the father has sacrificed so much for Indy, which we're unaware of this. We only learn it as we're watching the film, and the like-mindedness is what I enjoyed. of them, trying to solve the problem together and what's important. And then you realize his passion for archaeology, his passion for learning, his passion for exploring, his passion for helping people is deeply rooted in what he's learned from his father. So that was kind of satisfying to see.
Yeah, no, and my only problem with Last Crusade is so much of it is so lackluster and not, the ILM effects are not good because they were too overextended. In '89, when Last Crusade came out, you had Ghostbusters 2 coming out, which ILM, if you look at the difference in effects quality between Ghostbusters 1 and Ghostbusters 2 is pretty shocking, because you had Richard Edlund doing 65 millimeter effects in Ghostbusters 1, and then ILM is working at 35. They're just not, and there was, between Star Trek V coming out and License to Kill coming out, you had Batman, but the summer of '89 was full of disappointments for me, and Last Crusade being one of them, because it's so goofy. I mean, it's fun, I guess, but it's not. They go to Berlin and show you Adolf Hitler, and it's for a joke. They say, "Here, sign my diary," and it's just like, come on, man. I mean, the whole movie, Denholm Elliott, you're laughing at him when he's in Tangiers or whatever the hell he is, and Salah's a goofball, and I mean, I know people like it. A lot of people, it's their first movie, but it didn't work for me. It's fine. It's a 3-star movie. It's good. It's fine.
It might have suffered from being overproduced for those comedic hits. I guess maybe they felt they had to reinvent the experience. And sometimes when you step away from what Indy actually is, and I think that they hit the mark when he had to use things like, say it in Greek or say it in Latin. Those are sort of things, seeing puzzles and seeing him solve puzzles and doing certain things like that was more enjoyable than some of the other, slapstick kind of things that you're referring to. But I'm not quite sure why that was so important for them to show those other moments. But like I said, I merely look to see when he's there with Sean Connery, and it really does. Now, you mentioned the ending. I agree with Sean Connery saving him, and then they could ride off into the sunset. But I also thought the location, it's in Jordan, right? It's that location. I thought that was a beautiful location. I thought it was just stunning, and they did a good job finding it, kind of this new place for that, and it was wonderful. But also, another thing about Last Crusade, and it set the tone for me early on, this idea that Indiana Jones, when he's searching for the Cross of Coronado, and when he's a kid, when he's being played by River Phoenix, that he becomes Indiana Jones, like he becomes fearful of snakes. He gets the scar on his chin, all in one afternoon, and then he meets an adventurer that's dressed as he will be dressed later in his life. And I was like, to me, the difference between Raiders, when you had somebody like Lawrence Kasdan at the height of his powers. I mean, Lawrence Kasdan wrote Raiders in the same year he had his directorial debut Body Heat come out, which was like Raiders, an homage to film noir. Raiders was an homage to serials. So they were both kind of a throwback to the 30s and 40s. The problem with Last Crusade is it was a product of the tentpole studio screenwriting. And I think that the thing about Dial of Destiny, another problem with the film, is it's a product of a studio like Disney and Lucasfilm needing to churn out a product. So you can tell the movie doesn't have it feels like it's a movie that was cobbled together by studio notes. And it doesn't have enough of because of things like the moon landing. Like you pointed out, and this didn't occur to me when I was watching it, that of course he would have been totally fascinated by space, and the idea that I'm competing with the moon landing. It's like, dude, you saw Aliens in the last movie. Come on, it's. So then, what did you think of the very specific question, Robert, where the Phoebe character asks him very specifically, what would the ancients say if they had heard man had gone on the moon? Indy would have come back with something referring to the crystal skull, something referring to aliens, something, they would say, well, we're not surprised man is in the moon. We've seen people coming from the galaxies, for thousands of years or something. Like he would have had some kind of comeback to that because he's seen so much. So she knows what he's seen. That's the thing. Her father would have told her what Indy has done, So I don't think that would have been a question she actually would have asked him.
Well, that's the thing. Here's my problem with a lot of these, and it's funny. I look at something like Top Gun Maverick, which I understand half the movie is just a retelling of the end of Star Wars. I get it. But when I watched Top Gun Maverick, Maverick was an iconoclast. He hadn't changed at all. I mean, he was still, your time is over, Maverick. Maybe so, sir. But not today. And I think the reason why people love that movie as much as they did was because Maverick hadn't changed. He was still that same character. He was 36 years on or whatever, and he's still kicking ass, taking names. And that was something that people liked to see. And it's just become, like I said, it's just become a trope, showing up the broken, bitter old man. Life's caught up with him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I would have played it the other way. Indiana Jones is like, I'm getting older. There's so much I know that I haven't seen that I wish I could be old. I wish I could see, and that was the thing. He would have accepted his fate in academia, and that was okay. Hopefully I'm going to inspire somebody to be like me 40 years ago, and instead of doing Phoebe Waller-Bridge, maybe that was the thing. There was a young archaeologist, who came to him and said, a student of his, that had gone on a field trip or something, and the student came back and was maybe a young spunky girl that was his prized pupil, and just like Abner Ravenwood disappeared or whatever, he had to go find her, and it turns out she found the dial or whatever. I mean, I don't know. See, again, I'm going off about what I would have done, which isn't fair. I mean, it's not fair to say that.
Fine to speculate about it, Robert. This is why we're here, and it's okay.
It is Musings. It is Midnight Musings.
It is Musings, and you were talking about the Top Gun character in Maverick. Of course, Maverick. And I think that something that we see that comes out even more in Top Gun Maverick is just what a class act Maverick is. Because it's been 36 years of him having to put up with smack talk and kind of, him trying to push the limits and improve things. Yes, it's true from an administrative point of view, it's not appreciated. But to be honest with you, he's doing remarkable things for the military. He's making accomplishments that are improving to science, to technology, to the limits of what is possible. He's pushing the limits of imagination. And yet a person as creative and as, brave and talented as him has been kept in this position because he cannot help himself. He is so extraordinary, such a class act, that he has to make these discoveries. And there's nobody in the military can stop him from doing this. And there's a lot of resentment, a lot of professional jealousy towards the character, which we see in real life. The Val Kilmer character has been protecting him all this time.
Right.
But even when push comes to shove, when someone's knocking at the door going like this, hey, open up that door. He's like, oh, no. I'm going Mach 10. I'm going Mach 10.1. I'm going like the distance. And even the guys who don't want to get in trouble, and they're like, yes, we've seen this in real life. It rings true. I think one of the most important things about that Top Gun Maverick character was that he was not only able to show the students what they were capable of, but he also had to let them know that they needed him in order to complete this mission. They've never had that challenge before. He's flown all over the world. He's flown in space. We've seen remarkable performances by him, but they needed someone to guide them, and it could only be done by an older person. Now, that's something they could have done in Indy, is played off the fact that he's an older person with experience, and there's only certain things that older people with experience could know and can do. And so that might have been a very interesting approach to take as well. Go ahead and see the value in his experience and age.
True Grit fires in a tip. The tip link everyone always asks where there is a tip link in the description of this show. True Grit has a really good point to make. Indy was always broken. He loved a woman he never spoke to again for decades. He spent decades not addressing his relationship with his father. In Dial of Destiny, he's again broken and again perseveres in true Indy fashion. He finds that resolution that often eludes us. That's a good point. It's a good point. I still think that the broken man trope is, it's classic, it's ancient, but with why is it that all of our pop culture characters, look, even in Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, Kirk, in a way, is kind of a broken man. He's broken in Star Trek The Motion Picture, too. You rammed getting this command down Starfleet's throat. You know, he's been sitting behind a desk for 2.5 years as head of Starfleet operations. He's fucking miserable. You know, and I think it's easy. Again, it's just a trope. But True Grit is right. Darth Plato sends in a tip and says these Indy classes would be graduate level classes, not casual college courses.
Yes,
These students be taking the class seriously. Yeah, I agree with that too.
Yes, they would be graduate level classes. And, you know, there's only so many spots in some, especially these big, more prestigious universities. There's only so many spots. People are fighting for those spots to take the class with somebody as prestigious as Dr. Jones. So that portrayal, and that clock gift, but it was a pun. It's a pun on what happens later on, I guess.
Yeah, of course. And Darth Plato says, Happy Independence Day weekend, everyone. Remember, the 4th of July is ID Day, not June 19th. Please respect the 4th. It's no longer an American holiday, Darth Plato. We will not go quietly into that night. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day. Go Bill Pullman, the greatest fictional president. Well, since Harrison Ford in Air Force One. No, Hitchcock is the GOAT, says, I was so looking forward to Indy 5. Raiders is a top 10 all-time movie for me. I wanted to love this one, but it was pretty disappointing. It lacks the joy and fun that even the flawed Flash has, and especially Dungeons & Dragons, which is fantastic. That's actually a really interesting point to make with Dungeons & Dragons. You're not wrong about that. Stephen Smith actually sent in a tip and said, thank you for all you do for the show. It keeps me going every day at the gym. Until one time I pulled my knee too much, but now my knee grew back together again. Well, that's good. Stephen, thanks for that. I appreciate that. Joe Panora sends in a super chat and says, you're the most inclusive, thoughtful, and well-spoken right-wing monster ever. Well, thank you. I mean, it's so funny. I mean, anybody that knows me knows I watch all kinds of crazy shit on the internet. And I thought it was a really interesting video that equated the Me Too movement, that Harvey Weinstein set off this idea to make masculinity toxic in our movie heroes. And I'm like, that's interesting. You know, that's and with all the identity politics that's going on, that masculinity has been deemed toxic, which for heroic characters is such a weird place to be. But as a response to that, like all masculinity is toxic, so now we have to have women characters take the place of men to counteract toxic masculinity, which is actually admittedly a weird place to be at. But I thought it was interesting that this video, but because it had people like Dylan Mulvaney in it and made it the point that I think that the author of the video was also equating the fact that all this identity politics is also part of the backlash to the monster that Harvey Weinstein is. And I think that's interesting. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, but it's certainly part of it. I mean, when you have a guy like that who's exposed for being the monster that he was, and then, of course, you have other things like Jeffrey Epstein, all this stuff, it's admittedly really bad for us menfolk, you know. So
yeah, he definitely did a lot of damage across the board. I mean, I don't think anybody's really benefited from, even after they're both gone, there are still things we have to work out and deal with. And people are very angry at what these guys have done, especially since one of them, let's say, did not, I believe, properly pay for his crimes. And the other one, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen to, you know, whether it's jail time or a fine or whatever it is. It doesn't, you know, it's very difficult to kind of say, yeah, that person has done time for this. But, you know, when it comes to this whole toxic male thing, I don't believe that there is anything such as a toxic male. I think that there's toxic people, but I don't think it's connected to being masculine, because you know, Robert, in the years that I have, you know, been alive, you know, the majority of men that I have seen don't behave in a bad manner.
Right.
It's rare when you see men not behaving well, and then for the majority of men who are behaving, like, let's say, within normal parameters, are annoyed by these guys who aren't behaving. And you guys normally handle this stuff. You keep it out of the way for most of us. Women don't even have to look at this, thank goodness. But, you know, that's not the norm for men. And I don't think there's anything about men that encourages any kind of toxic behavior whatsoever. I think that's misdirected. I just think those people, I think, let's say Weinstein and the other guy were just, bad people. They're terrible.
Yeah.
And they hurt a lot of people. And this is unfortunately, a repercussion that we're going to have to deal with. I mean, it's done a lot of damage, but it doesn't have anything to do with being male whatsoever.
Well, I just think we're going through an interesting time. Like for me, I always like to talk about, I've always been interested in societal issues almost as they relate back to storytelling, and when nowadays, like for me, I find like Dylan Mulvaney an interesting sociological phenomenon, as an individual, because I see her now, I guess, as a person who it was a performer. And I can't get over the fact that there's some kind of performance art going on here, because Dylan Mulvaney has never, to me, acted like a real woman. For instance, it's all been this show where, in a way, the portrayal of the feminine that they are, or she's pulling off, is like a minstrel show. I've never met a woman like her, ever, who runs around, talking about girlhood, acting like, she's literally acting like a child, like this, and I'm curious. I'm like, you can't want somebody like that to say, represent your community, because I think there's a lot of stuff going on in our world that we're not having nuanced conversations. Like what the Supreme Court did this week, I was shocked. I was stunned by it. And I was thinking, and I haven't really talked about it but since this is Midnight Musings, for instance, affirmative action, as we all know, a lot of people came after me and were talking about it being race-based. And I was thinking to myself, it isn't just race-based. It has just as much to do with economics. But the fact is that the American black community has had their generational wealth stolen. So what if you have a kid a black guy that was raised by a single mother in an economically depressed Detroit, wherever, who's our next Einstein? And yet, because of where he was brought up and the fact that his mother is doing the best she can to provide for him, he doesn't have the education that allows him to flourish as our next Einstein. That's what affirmative action was all about. It was about lifting people up that could potentially, people that want to go to college in the first place, they're already in the right direction. How many people even want to go to college now? And I saw that now people are trying to make it a race issue because it was brought up to the Supreme Court because too many Asian kids were excelling in Harvard and Ivy League schools. And the thing is, but that's because it's built into their culture. And I thought that we have reduced all of these issues to these talking points and these issues are very nuanced. And I feel that way. It's so weird what's going on in our country socially, but also with our entertainment. And our entertainment has been tremendously dumbed down because the nuance of we can't even talk. People I don't want to hear about politics. Well, to me, it's not about politics. It's about our lives. It's about living in a vibrant society where I thought people were a lot, I got to tell you, I think and maybe people are always this dumb, but our culture, the United States in particular, is getting tremendously dumbed down in a world we're not going to be able to compete in 20 years. And we're not going to be able to compete. I think we're being played. I think the whole United States is being played by external forces that are doing this on purpose because they can't defeat us militarily. And it's not just one side or the other. It's the entire country. It's the can-do spirit. The United States has something that no other country has. And that is the ability for an American, this is uniquely American, to think shit up and go make it happen. We can think anything up. You can be like, I want to do this. And other Americans will be like, you know what? That sounds good. I'll help you do that. I think if you're in France, you could be at a cafe smoking cigarettes and drinking espresso and having a croissant. Why do you want to do that? We could just sit here and talk Proust and discuss philosophy. Why do you want to embark on such a journey? Well, you could just not. Let's not do that. Americans can think shit up and make it happen. Nobody. The most unique thing about this country is that can-do spirit, and that comes from a sense of because we're smart and we're salt of the earth, and you can make shit happen. And we are losing that. It is being taken away from us because we are being ripped apart by design. This has all been designed, whether it was BlackRock, and call it what you want, or external actors, and it's really disheartening. It's disheartening that we're arguing over movies. People are getting these huge arguments over movies. Movies should be fun. If we're talking about them, you can talk about what might happen or what will happen, but we're all being distracted. I mean, look what the Supreme Court did, and we're still talking about a submarine that imploded. It was sad, but it's terrifying as well. And I think we've lost the plot, to put it in storytelling terms. I mean, we got to get Americans got to get back to that attitude of like, you know what, we can just think shit up and do it. And I think people have lost. They would rather be mad at other people by design. We have more tools now with the technology that can allow us to do anything if you want to and put the time and the hard work in.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this, I grew up in academia, so my point of view is going to be different from a lot of people's point of view, and it's not, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of us actually who in this community who grew up in academia and understand, what that means, and this, the idea that the definition of affirmative action has come to, or at least the application of it has gone to the Supreme Court, for some people does feel like the end of the world. And, there's going to be decisions like this that are going to come and go. There's going to be all sorts of things that are going to the Supreme Court in the future. And there are going to be some universities that will adhere by it and some that may not. So these rulings that we see aren't necessarily something that is going to be done across the board. And I know it could be the law of the land or whatever they want to describe it as. It's not necessarily the case. There could be appeals. There could be all sorts of things that happen with a lot of these rulings. I think at this point, if we have young people who are growing up and are looking at these decisions that are made in the court and they feel the weight of the world is on their shoulders, that's kind of the wrong thing, only because it puts them sort of in this, tunnel, if you will, or a box where they can't escape from. Now everything's pre-decided for them, and the world should be their oyster, where those types of decisions they can be concerned about, but it shouldn't be something that dominates their entire lives. It's a time for learning. It's a time for growth. And, you pick and choose what you want to fight for. But to be honest with you, I never thought that we would have so many young people so engaged and so focused on issues where that's all they're focused on. And it's the most important things in their lives. When I was that age, I wasn't focused on any issues at all.
Right.
I remember I was in university. I went to graduate school. I traveled the world. That's what I was focused on, my personal development, and what was going on in the country I was concerned about, but that wasn't the priority. The priority was me as an individual. I had to develop myself. That's the main priority. And we can see that may not be happening right now. The priority now is, are you afraid to hurt the people around you? When that's just not a reality. You should be living for what's important and is best for you as an individual. So,
or expecting this is what I don't get. So why do people expect that the rest of the world should act like they want you to act? Like when I would meet people when I was growing up, I didn't have any expectations about how other people would act. I would expect that if I treated other people with respect, they'd treat me with respect. And if they didn't, then I'm like, I'm not going to be friends with you. But like another Supreme Court ruling that rolled down the whole thing about the baker or whatever, that a baker doesn't have to look. Here's the thing. If you start a business that deals with the public, the whole thing about America is it's a melting pot. You're dealing with all kinds of people. What the Supreme Court did was they said it's okay. They couched it under the idea of religious freedom. Okay, you don't have to serve a member of the public because of your own religious beliefs. That to me is such a monumental step backwards in American life, because here's the thing. If you are going to start a business and serve the public, you should understand that you're serving the public. And when you start, and it is discrimination, when you tell people, well, it's my religious beliefs, first of all, your religious beliefs and other people's personal lives and how they live should not have anything to do with the cake that you're selling. It shouldn't. You're either, if you're going to choose to do a business where you're dealing with the public, because then where does it end? Where do you stop? Where do you not serve people? You know, and then if everybody can do that, how do you keep the country together? If suddenly you're going to have any business now can be like, where do you stop? Like, you know what? I really don't want to serve whatever this religious person is, or I don't want to serve this ethnicity. I mean, that's the Supreme Court said that's okay. And I'm shocked by that decision. And I understand where that comes from, but it's shocking, and it takes us back decades. And you know, when I think about progress, I'm not necessarily a progressive, but I am a person that believes in, if you're an American citizen and you want to live in America, we all used to have the same underlying beliefs of what the United States is supposed to be. And I would think I would have an expectation that as if I walked into any bakery to buy a cake, you know, if somebody told me, I hate Jews, get the fuck out. I would be like, really? Well, you know, okay, you hate Jews. Well, does that give you the right then to have a business that's using a sidewalk and using parking spaces that I pay for with my tax dollars? Do you get to then use all of the infrastructure? What about the power grid that powers your fucking bakery? Do you get to use that? And I would say no. If you want to open a bakery and you don't rely on any other part of our American infrastructure, fine. But you're using infrastructure that we all pay for. And if you're doing that, then fuck you if you're not going to serve the public. Get the fuck out. And that should be part of the American way. And what the Supreme Court did this week was tell people that it's okay to discriminate against your fellow countrymen. But apparently, as long that you can also use their tax dollars by using the electrical grid and using the sidewalks and using everything that a city provides to you to run a business. But it's okay to discriminate against some of the population that's paying for the building that you're in? I can't believe the Supreme Court did that. And it blows my mind. And this is the problem that we have. This is all part of the same ideological rift that has been designed to tear this country apart. And when I say designed, it's not a tinfoil theory. It all really comes back down to economics. But it's just depressing because everyone's buying into it. We are being played, and we are smarter than that. But apparently we're not. So I haven't talked politics, but this affirmative action, I mean, both of these decisions to me are like, they're incredibly detrimental to the health of this country.
Well, Robert, remember about a year ago, the Supreme Court also made a ruling on abortion.
That too.
But we still have it in this country. So like I said, some of these rulings will come and go, and there will be appeals. And it certainly isn't a final word.
It's true.
In a sense. I know it may seem like it's the final word, but from what we've seen with a lot of these cases, it's not. So it's a long way from, being finalized necessarily. It's just a ruling. And of course, tomorrow there can be another ruling that might counteract that. So, these things come and go. Trend wise, there does seem to be a trend towards, I guess, I wouldn't really call it conservative views, but a particular let's say groups of views in one direction versus another. But I don't know whether if we continue on this path, whether it's going to matter if there's 100 rulings in the Supreme Court, because the states seem to be able to hold a lot of their own power.
It's true.
And so that's something else that I don't think is going to change unless they try and make a law to do that. But I think people couldn't be bothered They're looking at it as something that is they either agree with or they don't agree with, or they don't care, which a lot of people don't care about because they're still just going to do what they want to do and live their lives this way. That I think the trouble ensues when people stop talking to one another because their neighbors have a different point of view, and that's
true.
something that is a huge problem because you're having people saying, I can't believe you believe that, and I can't ever talk to anybody who's like that. Okay, well, the line of conversation has now stopped. You've just decided that you're not going to have a conversation with somebody because they don't agree with what you do, you agree with, or whatever the reason is. Now you're not even talking to the person. This is not ideal.
It's also immature.
I'm sorry. Yes.
There's a tremendous immaturity in that, and it's really, really interesting. Like it's depressing that I see so much immaturity in culture now, especially in our movie pundit space, and the way people are talking about films and stuff. Like it and I've been going to science fiction conventions my whole life since I was a kid. And everybody argues about movies at science fiction conventions, or books, or literature, or whatever. People always are screaming and yelling at each other. In a way, that's kind of why people go to conventions to find. Before, you couldn't have the internet, and you'd go to like-minded people, or you'd go find other fans, and you'd be diametrically opposed, talking about, well, that's not how that propulsion system works, and argue about it for 10 hours at a convention, and then sing a dumb folk song. But it was always the same thing. But you could always then agree to disagree, and then go off and get a drink together.
Yeah, you go get a beer, or as I knew some professors, I would say, then we have to go and discuss it. They're like, yeah, let's go to the bar. And I'm like, but I have to take notes. They're like, it's okay. You can still bring your notebook and jot stuff down. We're gonna have a beer. So that attitude of that is very interesting to look at, the point of view of it's going to be, someone is going to have different views. But the real question is that, do we want a world where everybody thinks the same way, or do we want a world where it's more diverse? And I don't know whether people actually have a desire in one way or the other, because we have so many different types of people from different cultures that I just don't think it's possible for everybody to have the same views. So, I wonder if people inherently feel that everyone must have the same point of view. I'm not quite sure whether that's something that is taught. Maybe that's what's being taught nowadays in schools.
I mean, look,
that you have to have a certain point of view, or else it's you can't have a view that's different. I don't know.
Well, I think having different viewpoints and having choices is very important. But also, when you choose to say open a public business, I think you have to take that into consideration, that you have decided it was your choice to open a business to serve the public. And once you start, like, we already went through American history where people did not serve certain people, or you have to ride the back of the bus because of your color or your religion, or we discriminate against every immigrant group that came to America. We already did all that. And I think that anybody who chooses, it's a choice to have a public business, which I think the choice, there's where the choice is. Do you want to serve the public and have a public business, or do you not? And if you don't want to serve the public, and then you start, because then where does it end? When do you stop? Does every group, eventually, where do you go? Like, you have to figure out, like, which place am I going to go to? I would like to choose a business because their product is the best product. I don't want to wonder what business serves whom and where I'm going to go, and I think that we as a nation, the question is, what kind of a society do we want to live in? I think that's the real question. And our society is going into a direction where we're one step away from people wanting to build walls and live in opposite, a different. We live in multiple different societies, and I'm not convinced everybody wants to live peaceably together anymore. And I think that we really need to go back to the core values of and maybe those core values were never here, but nowadays it's like, I would have thought that America, it was a place ultimately we fought through a lot of differences and we overcame a lot of different things. I mean, we had a civil war that almost destroyed this country, and we got through it, and it would be nice to see, and I feel that a lot of it has to do with the fact that having highfalutin ideals these days is silly. These ideas that you want to fight for becomes almost silly because if there's no money in it, our corporate interests don't care.
Now, speaking of no money in it and corporate interests not caring, Tom Jr. Jackson is aware, and many of you are aware, that I am a lover and supporter of Turner Classic Movies. And last week we were talking about this, Robert, how my mother and I, it's on 24/7, and we enjoyed this channel very much. And one very interesting thing that I noticed, there was an article that Tom sent me where Mark Hamill had said that Turner Classics is his favorite channel. And of course, I was like, oh my gosh, yes, this is very exciting. That's his favorite channel. But Robert, the shakeup that's going on regarding Turner Classic Movies and the show hosts and the staff saying we're not going anywhere, it is good to see that. But are they a victim of corporate interests? And what do you think is going to happen with the channel?
Oh, I have an article. I was going to show this. I forgot. It's funny. I did a show today, and the whole article that made me want to do the show on streaming, I forgot to talk about. And so I can talk about it. I can talk about it here. So this article is gonna blow your mind. Okay. It's gonna blow your mind because hang on. Well, I have to put it on the screen because hang on. Let me because you have to see a screen capture. I gotta get the screen capture out, and let me throw this away. And the screen capture. Let me just hold on a second. I have to. It's live, so I have to switch this. But this is an amazing article, and here it is. Let me blow it up first before I put it on the screen. This is gonna blow your mind.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Here's the article I want, and this article that I'm gonna show is from themedialeader.com. Themedialeader.com, and so here's the article. How much money have streaming services lost? Broadcasters are losing billions as they invest in the future of TV. Our analysis shows that real losses are likely to be even larger than the companies have reported thus far. In Warner Brothers Discovery's earnings release last week, wait, what was the date on this? Let me see. So this is from March 2nd, 2023. In Warner Brothers Discovery's earnings release last week, the company was sure to note that losses in its direct-to-consumer DTC segment, which streaming services like HBO Max and Discovery, they only lost $217 million in adjusted EBITDA, the company's measure for profit, in the fourth quarter of last year. While the near $250 million loss was spun as a positive, after all, Warner Brothers Discovery lost $728 million in quarter 4 2021. It's still a large figure for a company facing high debt. The investment required to get streaming services like HBO Max and Discovery off the ground with licensing deals and exclusive content has yet to be offset by revenues from subscriptions or advertising. On the whole, major streaming services from Disney, Universal, Peacock, Paramount, Paramount Plus, and Warner Brothers Discovery have reported total combined losses in excess of $18 billion since 2021. Now, here is a chart that shows the losses. And on the top, so the dark blue is 2022, the purple is 2021, and the pink is 2020. Mm-hmm. So if you look at the total, $18,293 million. And this is all the different companies. So Disney, you're looking at $8,607, $4,234 for Universal, Paramount $2,811, and Warner Brothers $2,641 or whatever. These figures don't paint a picture of the full story, as Warner Brothers Discovery did not report separate profit figures for its DTT segment until Q2 2022. The first quarter reported full results as a merged company. Losses for directly comparable segments were also not reported in 2020 for Universal and Paramount. NBC's Peacock did not launch until April 2020, while CBS All Access, the predecessor to Paramount Plus before it was rebranded in 2021, did not have losses directly reported beyond its inclusion as a listed factor. Then it's Amazon Prime, and it goes on and on and on. And it is unclear. So anyway, the amount of money, the reason I wanted to point that out, the amount of money that is being lost by these streamers is enormous. Enormous sums of money. That's why Warner Brothers Discovery is $50 billion in debt. And the reason being, and what's really interesting is, like I talked about today, people aren't even watching all these new programs that are being spent, they're spending all this money on. Like, I think Netflix is committed to $21 billion for 2023 and 24 or whatever to make new programs, and yet none of their new programs, other than things like Stranger Things, are in the top 15 of their, like, they have 2 shows in the top 15. And it's scary. I mean, it's scary how much money, and the writers are on strike. And by the way, the SAG contract runs out in 90 minutes. Okay. So will SAG be on strike?
Oh my goodness. I hope not, Robert. I hope not.
I mean,
but it looks like they are.
The WGA isn't even talking to anyone right now. And I think that everyone's trying to figure out, like, okay, we're going to make all this stuff, but with SAG and the WGA on strike, I mean, it's, and the thing is, how with all of these companies in so much debt, they're asking for more money. And it's their bargaining position is not great. You know, but also when people like Amazon are spending $1 billion to get the rights and then to make Rings of Power, you have to ask yourself, well, you must have some money to pay the writers. You know, even though the writers got really... And Turner Classic Movies, the funny thing about Turner Classic Movies, and, you know, me, I love my physical media and all that, but Turner Classic Movies is preserving the cinematic legacy of... and I don't know what the ratings are, but they put on the Great Film Festival here in L.A., the Turner Classic, the TCM Festival, which is amazing.
Yeah.
And the real question is, like everything else, is Turner Classic Movies turning a profit? And to me, I would say that, well, you already own all of these movies for the most part, you know, and how expensive can it be? You know, it's not like a lot of these movies you're not necessarily paying residuals on because some of them are 70 and 80 years old.
Right.
You know, and if Warner Brothers owns these movies, again, I don't know how much it costs. I don't know what the actual analytics are, but I would think that something like Turner Classic Movies, I know George Feltenstein over at Warner Archives, they're spending a lot of money restoring all of these great films, and they are making money. People are buying them, and they do a great job. So the real question is, like anything else, will it make money? And I think the real question, the really interesting thing that I thought was so interesting today was reading these articles. Young people are not watching TV and movies the way that we did growing up. There is not, I mean, people are watching TikTok. They're playing video games. They're watching YouTube. There's not a lot of appointment viewing. I mean, I know for a fact Elizabeth and Zoe and Sophie, Elizabeth's daughters, I mean, they'll watch things, but they're not particularly interested in movies and TV. I mean, Sophie likes movies and Zoe likes movies, but she'll go to a movie as a thing to do, but she's not anticipating films. It's not even on her radar. And that's, you know, 20. Zoe's 22 and Sophie's 20, and it's like I've basically known them for the last 8 years, and they could give a fuck. So, how can you justify these streaming services want to make these shows, and how are they going to spend the money? How is TCM going to stay alive if it's not making money? Because that's all anybody cares about, especially with corporations. They have to be beholden to their shareholders.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I honestly don't believe TCM ever made any money, Robert.
No, I don't either.
I think it is a very bold statement to make because I don't have the financials and I couldn't tell you, I have nothing to support that. But just looking at the channel when it was opened in the 90s, it is a very niche channel with very specific tastes. And perhaps even more than half of the people who used to watch the channel in the 90s are unfortunately no longer with us, Robert. That whole generation of people who wanted to see, some of those films from yesteryear, who were enjoying seeing those films from yesteryear, are gone. My mother's still around. She's 86. This is it is truly catering to people who are older, and for cinephiles like us, people, or you and the people in the business, things like that. But I have to wonder whether TCM is more than just a channel. It seems like it's part of our culture when it comes to the role that cinema has pretty much played, not just in the United States but worldwide. It's had a worldwide influence, the years of cinema that TCM primarily shows. So, and they are very well heeled with the Academy, Robert. The president of the Academy is one of the show hosts at TCM.
Right.
So, I have to wonder, as I told you before, Robert, just earlier in the year, Ben Mankiewicz, whose family also is in the business, was boasting about how they were celebrating their 100 year of Warner. This is just it may not be the exact 100 years, but they were doing this celebration. They're going to celebrate, perhaps it was a merger or something like that marks the official 100 years or something to that degree. But the point is that they're pushing programming into another direction and looking at the future of Turner Classics, because they feel it was important. They had a connection with Fandango and with Fathom events where they would show and screen old movies again. And as I told you last year, I got to see The Wrath of Khan, which I knew I was going to go and see in the theater. I had to see it. It was like, I got to go see that in the theater. Things that are fun to do like that. But unless you're going to the Museum of the Moving Image or the Angelica, some sort of independent theater, you're not going to be able to see those older films a lot of times, because those particular independent places, or a place like Moving Image, which is dedicated to motion pictures, a lot of places won't even show the older films. The contracts or whatever it is with what they have to do. But my point being that it's a huge amount of our culture. And I think what's really interesting about it is the outcry from so many people about that particular channel. I think more of an outcry than I've seen for any other cable channel ever. I have never seen, actors and producers and directors or Martin Scorsese or Steven Spielberg pop up and say, hey, guys, no, don't you dare touch TCM. But I have to wonder, Robert, have Martin Scorsese and Steven Spielberg just been throwing cash at this all this time? Because
I think so. I think, you look at the TCM festival and there's a lot of patrons and all that, because I do think, people that get wealthy want to preserve culture. But I'm surprised, and not to criticize my fellow YouTubers, but I'm surprised at how few of the movie pundits working in the movie pundit space, aside from mainstream cinema, I'm surprised at how few movies people have actually seen. Mm-hmm. I'm always like, wow, how do you not? And I understand because people are younger than I am, so but I don't think there's a real thirst to go back and watch older films. And for me, what was really weird, I guess, when I was a kid, I would watch anything. It wasn't like, I'd see pictures of Frankenstein in Famous Monsters of Filmland magazine, or I had a hardcover book about the history of the horror film, and the whole book was in black and white. And it was, so I'm like, I didn't care if something was in black and white. I wanted to see the Wolfman. I wanted to see the Invisible Man. I wanted to see Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein and Dracula. I wanted to see everything. So I would watch it, and when home video became a thing, I would take home movies, old movies, and watch cinema. And I went to art house theaters, the Seattle Film Festival. I'd see 200 movies in a month, and that's what I grew up doing. And I've been surprised, though, that movies as a culture force, especially foreign films, people haven't seen movies from Godard or Truffaut or Ozu or even Kurosawa, the bigger directors. It's wild to me, because how do you understand cinema as an art form? I can understand populist storytelling, and I get it. But to me, populist storytelling is all. It's not film as art. It's film as entertainment. And I think if you've only seen film as entertainment and really missed out on film as art, you're not even necessarily qualified enough to talk about cinema, and it's frustrating sometimes. And It's weird. It's weird to exist in a space where I see so many people who don't want to see these movies. They just don't want to see them, and I'm like, wow, that's just different from, and that's I'm not. It's not a criticism of them, but I find it interesting that if you're interested in an art form, how can you only be interested in one section of that art form? Mm-hmm. And it's odd to me.
And it's interesting too, because I think it's one of the trades. I think it's Deadline has a feature where they take a director and they'll have directors say, "What's the movie
what lit your fuse?" Yeah.
Yes, lit the fuse. Exactly, Robert. So we're on the same wavelength here. And it's almost always, films that we all know. Let's say for us who are cinephiles, will recognize a film. I think someone had said Braveheart was. I think the guy who did RRR, it might have been Braveheart. That was the one that was Fuse. And of course, Braveheart was phenomenal film. But, the point being that it's important to think about how many people have been influenced by this catalog of cinema. And it's not sort of just, and you're right about 20 years, and then all of a sudden it moves out of the lexicon of modern society. But for the majority of people who are in the industry, it seems like a good portion of them are heavily influenced by that catalog, let's say from the 1940s all the way up to the 1990s. So that's a long period of time for films. It's the golden age of films, quite a variety of different types of films. And, I think it is very interesting. I still think that they're significant because it hasn't just influenced movies and television, but it's actually influenced the way people speak with one another and a lot of the writing styles that we see going forward. And, even people's accents have been influenced by these films where they had to kind of develop a certain accent to be in a film during a certain time period. So certainly the influence can't be denied. And I think, we need to continually see those influences and what they've done. The special they did with Pam Grier, it was like an 8-part special. They went through 8 of her films.
Yeah.
And I felt that was incredibly important. Everybody loves that genre. Okay, maybe not everybody loves blaxploitation, but I love blaxploitation. And I also like sexploitation, things like this. But they wanted to revisit that. They wanted to acknowledge that this genre existed. And they're continuing on with looking at the influences that have gone through cinema through the ages. And I think it's so important. You could spend your entire life watching this channel, Robert, and still continually learning something about cinema. It's like Cinema 101. They actually call it Film 101 at Turner Classics.
Yeah.
It is. And I think it's important for people to have this option of being able to turn on a channel and listen to people who are as excited about films, but also giving you a little bit of history. So when they come on and they do their spiel in the beginning, they're not trying to tell you why you should or shouldn't like anything. They're just telling you, hey, just in case you didn't know, when this film was made, the studio didn't want this, or they were looking for that. And, it's a whole bunch of culture about how cinema has formed and been able to be finalized into a film that you can watch. A tremendous amount of work to get from the from pre-production to the finished product. The amount of effort that all of this took, it's just, I think that they're doing a good job of explaining that, but there's so much that I think individuals can learn even from, the innovators, the auteurs, who you don't see on the TV anymore. They're nowhere to be seen. They exist, and there's a whole catalog of them, and you'll see them on Turner Classics or Criterion, which is the other channel, although they don't stream all the time. But it's such a huge part of our cultural history. Even the way that we're on the TV, the YouTube now. This whole thing was presented in a movie style form. And this is what we're kind of doing. That's what we're doing. That's how we got this notion of how we should look, or our appearance, or even our interaction with one another. I think it all comes down to those very important movies that we see on Turner Classics and or Criterion. It's so important, Robert. We have to I'm just praying that it stays still going. And
I think I think it will. I mean, I think that I think Turner Classic Movies, because it is important to a lot of people. But you know what's really crazy when you think about movies, and like, to me, movies were the art form of the 20th century. And if you think about it, when the advent of sound, basically call it 1927. So films were being made in the first 27 years of the 20th century. From the advent of sound, it was only about 11 years before the outbreak of World War II.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think about that, if you go back to, say, 2011, and you go back to a 2011 movie, imagine that Captain America, the First Avenger, came out, the first Captain America movie came out in 2011. Imagine if that was the very first movie that had sound. And where we are today would be the outbreak of World War II. And if you think about what happened in just that 11, 12 years, entire genres, the Universal monsters came into being. Film noir came into being. The Wizard of Oz and Gone with the Wind came out in 1939. And Casablanca in the early 40s. I mean, it's amazing, like, how much cinema history took place in 11 years. And how many earth-shattering things happened filmic-wise. I mean, the Hays Code came into where, you couldn't show a married couple unless there was 2 beds in the room and they slept separately. I mean, there was so much crazy shit that happened in that first just 11 years of time. And like, when we think of movies from 2011 to 2023, I mean, we were watching the first Captain America movie 12 years ago. And now look where the MCU is. Not much time has passed, really. Cinematically, it's if you look at the where movies have gone compared to where they were when they first started out as an art form, but let's just talk about it from the dawn of the sound age. I mean, movies were making these monumental leaps in storytelling, in content, in sophistication, and the art of cinema. The way at first they had to figure out, well, where are we going to put a microphone? How are we going to move the camera? And now you can, with digital technology, you can do anything. But really, digital technology, it's been 30 years since Jurassic Park came out. So where has cinema gone, really, in 30 years? I mean, from the beginning of cinema, 27 to 37 to 47 to 57, you're almost at the dawn of the 60s. And some of my favorite movies, All About Eve, one of my favorite movies of all time, is the Best Picture winner of 1950. It's one of the greatest screenplays of all time. Even that was within a couple of decades of when the first sound movie came out, which is fucking crazy. And yet cinema, where is it going now? It really hasn't changed much in 30 years, maybe even 40 years. The only thing that's really changed is digital technology, which has made it easier to make visions we haven't been able to see. And that's why I think that cinema is maybe... movies are a thing of the past. I mean, people always like movies and narrative to watch, but it's not going anywhere. And maybe that's part of the problem. The fact that if you look at all of cinema history, so the fact that a new Indiana Jones movie came out, like, what did we expect? There's no possible way an Indiana Jones movie made today, I mean, I shouldn't say no possible way, but would ever be worthy of the first Indiana Jones movie that came out 42 years ago. Because at the time, it was a product of its time, and what you're trying to do is and that's what the studios are trying to do, is recapture stuff, because the times changed. Like I don't mind watching a hero getting older. Captain Kirk got older in the Star Trek movies. James Bond got older in the movies. I don't mind... Tom Cruise got older. I don't mind older, aging characters. But a character that was based in a pulp format, the serial format, to try and then turn that character into a character from a different movie. A burnt-out, aging, the Unforgiven version of Indiana Jones, but then you give him the same things to do. Like, okay, the Dial of Archimedes or whatever has a different... it's imbued with different powers, but you're taking a character that you're now making, well, as somebody pointed out, he's not a broken man. He is a broken man, but he's always been broken. But the joie de vivre, now that he's older and he's closer to death, the very reason for making the movie in the first place, which was to convey the joy of the serials of the 30s and 40s, how do you do that in Dial of Destiny 42 years later? And the only reason that movie was made because they thought it was an easy IP, famous IP, that they could make money from. And the last one made $700+ million. And the thing about it is, this movie is not going to gross that, and it can't succeed. It never could succeed, because then baked into the very DNA of Indiana Jones is something from 41 years ago. And unless they basically make the same movie with the same character to give you, because Top Gun, they didn't make Maverick a broken man, and they didn't tell some story about how his son had died and his wife left him. Maverick was married to the sky. He was married to his jets, and he was still flying. And to take Indiana Jones and fundamentally change his character, and they keep trying to do this. It's so weird that with like Star Wars, Harrison Ford has now played two broken men in two of the greatest franchises of all time.
Yeah.
And it's so weird. Like, why does anybody think that's a good idea?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have an answer. I have no idea why that is something that seems to be trending towards what Hollywood wants to focus on. I really don't know.
I mean, they're in a way they're kind of forced into it, because if you're still planning to make that kind of money and you want to have Harrison Ford come back and play Indy, he's now 80 years old. An 80-year-old man's playing a 70-year-old man, which is fucking nuts too. Canonically, he's a 70-year-old in the movie, even though they were filming. He started when he was 78, I think. Shooting.
Well, they showed him with pretty much with no clothes on, almost.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are they doing? Why did they show that? Like, I thought that was a little strange.
They're asking you to believe that a guy who, okay, I understand. I've seen some very spry 70-year-olds. Michael Keaton in The Protege. He's fucking dope, right? He can fight. I believe it. So I don't mind that. But the kinds of things that Indiana Jones is doing, he's wearing the same fucking clothes. Because he's like Superman. That's his outfit. You've got to have the S and the cape and the suit. But we're supposed to believe? I mean, it's absurd to make Indiana Jones wear the same shit that he was wearing at 80 that he was wearing when he was in his 30s. I know that's his uniform, but that's only because But why would he do that? It's such a weird thing that I get why they do it, but for us to believe in it, I often wonder, like, and by the way, this is going to be a huge problem for Disney, because if you look at what this movie cost, way too much money, $300 million to make this movie. I mean, that was in no way, shape, or form was that a smart business investment. It couldn't possibly be. I mean, even if you look at what Kingdom of the Crystal Skull made, what, 700 and something, $800 million, a movie that cost $300 million would have to make $1 billion just to break even, if that. And it's crazy that they made this movie for that. I mean, the real question is, what did they expect to get? And that's what I don't understand. Like, how, if somebody had an idea and said, I have an idea for an Indiana Jones movie. If James Mangold had like the greatest idea for an Indiana Jones movie ever at this age and pitched it and wrote it and made a singular, but this movie was concocted from multiple storylines. It's almost Frankenstein as far as the script is concerned. They're adding because remember, all the female characters from Indiana Jones are come out of film history. Like, they're all from TCM movies. Like, well, see, I'm from the secretarial pool, but I'm here to whip your office into shape. That's why. I mean, Willie Scott character, Karen Allen, tough as nails, broad, and then even Elsa, what's her face in the blonde Allison Doody in Last Crusade or whatever. She turns out to be a Nazi. Right. She's a bad blonde. I mean, all of those characters, and to a certain extent, so is Phoebe Waller-Bridge. But the difference is Phoebe Waller-Bridge is not really based on, she's much more modern, and she's not really based on those serial characters or characters from cinema history. I don't know, man. It's a weird thing to me, and now Warner Brothers is going to start using AI to choose what movies they're going to make. It's so weird.
Yeah, that sounds odd, and just maybe very misinformed. I'm not quite sure. I think someone's going to go in the system and just direct it to make the films they want to make. I think they'll screw around with the formula somehow. But yeah, that's not a good idea. How much do you think this movie is going to make, Robert? How much is Dial of Destiny going to make?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say, but I would be, the way things are going, it really, I have no sense of what this movie's going to make foreign. And I think if it's going to make money, it's going to make money in foreign territories. But I could see this movie, if I had to guess right now, I would be surprised if it makes $600 million.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing what I know, or knowing prognostication, I'd have much more of it, and so will the world. The world will know, the studios will know how much this movie's going to make on after the 4th of July weekend. I think it's being released over the 4th of July long weekend, which was the smartest thing they could do. I think that was really good. Look, I don't want to see this movie. I don't want to see any movie fail. Because it's so hard to get things made, and so many people work on these movies, and they're so expensive. But the studios have done that to themselves. I mean, because of visual effects and because of how many thousands of people have to work on all these companies to make all these effects, movies have become, they're way too expensive. Way too expensive. And as I've talked a lot about, you have a 2 hour, in this case, 2.5 hour period of time. It's the same amount of time. Could you make a movie like My Dinner with Andre, where Wallace Shawn's talking with some dude at a restaurant for 2 hours or an hour and a half? Is that more entertaining than Indiana Jones? If you're going to be spending $300 million on a movie, I better see not just the Ark of the Covenant opened. God himself or herself or itself should come down and visit me in the theater and offer me revelation. At that kind of money? I mean, come on. And the funny thing is, you're spending the same. It's funny that people talk about tiered pricing.
Yes.
In a way, I kind of think that if a movie is $300 million and you want to see it, you should pay a premium price. Because why should all movies be the same price? You don't pay the same price for concerts. If Taylor Swift, if you're a Swiftie or a Swiftish person, whatever the Swifties, I don't know what a Swiftette. I don't know what Taylor Swift's fans are like, but she's putting on a huge show, and those tickets are expensive. You get what you pay for. Like I bought tickets to the New Order, Tears for Fears, whatever the dark wave thing on the beach is in November. And that's like got 20 bands I love, so I'm gonna go see that over 2 days or whatever. But that's worth the money. But Indiana Jones, it's the same pricing as the new Jennifer Lawrence movie that didn't cost that much money.
Mm-hmm.
So and Indiana Jones is competing. You have a $300 million movie in the same multiplex competing for the same dollars that a movie that costs $20 million cost. And I'll tell you something, like a movie like Joyride that's coming out, which I've seen, which I thought was fucking hilarious. Joyride was more entertaining to me than Dial of Destiny was. Ultimately. A movie about 4 Asian girls that's filthy as fuck, and it's so funny, and I'm like, I was more entertained by Joyride than I was by Dial of Destiny, and I find that shocking.
For me, I knew Extraction was coming. They were coming out with a second Extraction on, I think it's on Netflix, starring Hemsworth. And I watched the first one and it was phenomenal. And I'm about to watch the second one. So for me, those films were better than a lot of what I've been seeing come out in the theater. So
Extraction 2 is pretty good.
I can't wait to see it.
I think it was better than the first one.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the first one was good, Robert.
Yeah, you're gonna really like this one.
But when I'm doing something on Sex, Lies, and Videotape, where I'm going to invite some people to talk about Sex, Lies, and Videotape. But what I kind of find fascinating about it is that I always thought that the movie business would be forever changed by this film. And what I think has actually happened is that it's YouTube has become that, because all of a sudden we're fascinated by video of individuals like what we're doing now. There's a lot of video on here, and I think if anybody were to say what is the future of video, what's the future of movies, what's the future of programming, I see it here. But I would have never guessed. I thought that once Sex, Lies, and Videotape came out, that movies would suddenly become more like that style.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of movies did because Sex, Lies, and Videotape was a cause celeb at Sundance, and then it really opened the floodgates. I mean, you had, I think, Spike Lee's She's Gotta Have It came out before Sex, Lies, and Videotape, but when Soderbergh's movie came out at Sundance, it was a huge deal, and it opened up the floodgates for all of these filmmakers, to make everybody from Robert Townsend to Kevin Smith to Tarantino. I mean, that explosion, the Miramax explosion. I mean, it's so unfortunate that Harvey Weinstein was so a part of that whole indie explosion. I mean, who would have thought? I mean, I get it. On one hand, the real sad part about Harvey Weinstein was he really did love cinema. He really did love movies. The problem was he was the ugly fat kid who couldn't fuck the prom queen. So he decided to exploit his power in the movie business. I mean, if he just did you ever see his wife who he married? She was smoking hot, and it's like it just blows my mind that somebody who created, broke Kevin Smith, broke Tarantino, made The English Patient, one of my favorite movies that people hate, but I love it. Won Best Picture though. That guy was such a fucking monster. I mean, that's the dichotomy of human life. But Sex, Lies, and Videotape and all that whole indie thing. So it did change cinema. All of these independent filmmakers were really in the wake of what Spike Lee did, but Steven Soderbergh making Sex, Lies, and Videotape, and it was a groundbreaking movie. I mean, it really dealt with a lot of mature themes, infidelity, and you have these two broken people, and Andie MacDowell, who's in this loveless marriage, whose husband's cheating on her with her own sister, and you've got it. I love that movie. I love Sex, Lies, and Videotape.
What I'm always fascinated by is that he has the videos, and it's kind of like he can store them, and it's like the freedom of being able to use the video as part of the movie. So this is something that I really think is very interesting, and I feel like that's what regular broadcast has turned into, is these videos that we're all making, and it's had such a profound effect on what we're doing and how we communicate with one another. And we'll put up a video, and then thousands of people will see the video, and they might do something with that video. This is something that is also very new. What are you going to do with the video? In Sex, Lies, and Videotape, the video is created, and then when his friend finds out the truth or something like that, then he has to go ahead and watch the video. Very similar to what we're doing here. It's just kind of very interesting to kind of look at it and see how video has evolved from the videotape to being able to have full access to it at any time. And it's just really interesting to look at it. At least I feel like there's some connection there.
I agree. I think you're right, because the central idea of interviewing people and filming them, talking about their proclivities is kind of what like you said, it was a precursor to what we're doing on a daily basis on a global scale with YouTube. Mm-hmm. I think you're right. We have so many super chats.
Oh, do we? I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
No, this is good. It was just so Glenn Mark paused. He timestamps the show, so thank you. And he said I paused timestamping episode 865 to watch Midnight Musings. And RRTNZ, both of our friends down under, says, "Hail, Bob," and don't always agree with you, mate, but I respect you as a real man of the people. Also, Amok Time is the best episode of original series Star Trek. All about friendship. Changed my mind. No, I think it's up there. I would say it's in the rotation of the 10 best episodes of Star Trek. But yeah, it is an incredible portrayal of friendship, and it's a terrific episode. Our friend S Beam says hello. Hello, Rob. Where's Lael? He has he's sick. He said he might be able to come on. I think he probably went to bed, which is probably the best thing. S Beam says, laugh out loud. Supergirl figure announced. I'm getting her. Lael is getting her. Who else is getting her? Oh, I'm getting her. I love the character.
There's been a lot of comments about her facial expression, but like, to be honest with you, the one that you have, which is by Disney, the doll is also a very good. It's a very good rendition of her. In fact, I don't know whether the face of this doll might be any more accurate than what we're seeing in the movie.
Also, it's a prototype. I mean, they'll probably refine. Hot Toys is they're definitely listening to what people are saying, so it'll be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn Mark says, does Cox try to align the eugenics wars to our history? Are you talking about, okay, Glenn Mark is asking about Greg Cox, who wrote the Khan trilogy. Yes, he does. He tries to explain why why in our history we didn't have the eugenics wars. And I like the Khan books because he deals with Gary Seven and all that, but it's like, why this predilection of people to try and fit our exact history into Star Trek when Star Trek is a TV show? Our history is not Star Trek history. We saw in the TV series that lots of things happened, especially when they went back in time. We never launched an orbital platform with nuclear weapons in the late 60s that Gary Seven had to fix. We didn't do any of that. So Star Trek's history was never our history. We share certain elements, but yes, but Greg Cox does try to align the... Mike Latoris says, hello, did they Luke Indy? Meaning, did they make Indiana Jones like Luke was in Last Jedi? I don't. Well, I mean, again, the bitter old man trope.
He doesn't get the respect he should. Let's say, in the academic community, which we already talked about there. So I guess in that sense, one could say that. I don't think it's as extreme as it could be. Although, like I said, pushing the astronauts. Like when they shove the television in his classroom, I'm like, that's a bit much. We know this is going on, but we got the hint. It could have been done another way, but yeah. And so there's no blue milk, if that's what he's asking. I don't think it's as bad as the blue milk.
No, I don't think so either. Nick, our friend Nick from Echo Base, says they Han Solo'd Indy. Indy is basically Han Solo in the sequel trilogy. So bad. Lucasfilm has no soul left in it. I didn't think it was as bad as that. But I again, making Indy, like, me, I would have made Indy a crackpot Gandalf guy telling his students that he would have been the whacked out professor talking about aliens. That they decided to make him, to me, it's so boring that he's like a broken man. Whereas I would have thought that look, he'd be the guy eating peyote with the natives and having visions of real ancestors in the jungles of the Amazon. Well, after I saw the aliens, then I went and found a whole lost city they didn't even know was there.
Does this movie really feel like it is in the appropriate time period? I mean, if it's supposed to be the 1970s, does this feel like this is the 1970s?
Well, 69, because that's when July 69. I think so.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's kind of what's really interesting is that you have the form. Let's call it the premise of the indie movies is it's a throwback to the movie serials of the 30s and 40s, and the first movie takes place in 1935. Raiders takes place in 36, and Last Crusade, I don't know if there's a date on it. Maybe you can go by when the Hindenburg, came to America, but call it 38 or something. Mm-hmm. So the Indiana Jones movies hurt, but because Harrison Ford got older, you were forced to set the fourth one, Crystal Skull, has to be in the 50s. And I understand that George Lucas was thinking that, okay, since we were using the idea of movie serials, what movies were big in the 50s? Well, you had Radioactive Monsters, and you had aliens, like Earth versus the Flying Saucers or Day the Earth Stood Still. And he was like, that, I didn't think that was a bad idea. The problem with that is then you're locked. I mean, an adventure in the 30s, you think alligators and temples, and but in the 50s, going the super science route, which they ultimately did, but then they combined it with there's aliens in the jungles and the idea of the chariots of God and the pyramids. So he tried to have it both ways, which sort of kind of didn't work. Like here's this alien technology, but it's in Central America or South America, where I forget where they went, but which was kind of weird. So you wanted to have your cake and eat it too. So then you did things like nuking the fridge and have. I mean, as somebody, I read an article, I think it was on the AV Club, that was sort of a reappraisal of Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and they said the whole nuking the fridge sequence. They said it was all worth it. The whole movie was worth it just to see Indiana Jones silhouetted against the nuclear blast, and I'm like, was that worth it though? I mean, because Indiana Jones can't do shit, can't do fuck all against a nuclear explosion. What are you supposed to?
Except jump in a refrigerator.
Yeah, and then you're like, okay. I mean, as they pointed out, when that thing landed on the ground after being flung in the air by a nuclear explosion, he would have turned to jelly. I mean, that was another thing. As outlandish as Raiders gets, you believe it. I know people go, well, what about the U-boat? How come it doesn't go underwater and he's able to hold on to the periscope? And what if it went underwater? Well, the thing about U-boats were, 1936, World War II hadn't started yet, and U-boats didn't usually go underwater because when they were underwater, they had to use battery power. So there was no reason for that U-boat to go underwater. So people always go, well, because everyone's always said that to me. Well, why didn't it dive? I'm like, it didn't dive. Like in the movie, because I always go around with people about logic in films, and in the movie, it is not difficult to believe for me that the U-boat never went underwater in that. So it's not a mistake. People always go, well, what about this? And I'm like, I can believe that a U-boat never dove. There was no reason for the boat to dive. It wasn't wartime yet. It wasn't going on an attack run. It was making a leisurely, well, maybe not so leisurely, but because they had the Ark of the Covenant, but it was going to a base, and they would they would be able to go faster on the surface anyway. So that made more sense to me. Hansel, Valiant Renegade says, I was going to say something nice, but Nick is here from Echo Face Network. Oh, Valiant Renegade. I love your work, by the way. I like that he was getting some, Valiant Renegade was getting some play, talking about money in movies, which is really interesting. About this movie in particular.
Yes.
Which is very interesting. You should watch that video that Valiant Renegade did. Haunted Autumn says people would be clawing to get into his class for 15 years. I have, in recent months, sat in classes with once renowned figures no one recognized. Yeah, it's crazy when that happens. That was like that at USC. We'd get these incredibly famous directors would come in and hang out and talk to a class of 10 people, 15 people. It was amazing. But you're absolutely right. Mashby became a member, has been a member for 5 months. Thank you, Mashby. I appreciate that. Joe Panora says, I want to watch the RMB RM Indiana Jones movie. Well, I would like to watch that too. Romy Forever is a new member of the channel. Romy, I always say this to new members. Remember, you can come to our member calls once every other week. We don't have one this week, but we have Que Pasa PGS, 97% Spanish, tomorrow. And then I read Thomas Logan's thing about all those positive, fun things you wanted Indy to be like don't fit. His son died in Vietnam. He's a broken man. It's true. Jordan Saylor's been a member for 12 months. I'm seeing Indy 5 Sunday. How's the soundtrack? John Williams usually makes a subpar movie 50% better. I thought the score was great. I thought he did a great job.
I agree.
Yeah. Thomas Logan said, my uncle enlisted in 1964 on his 18th birthday. He had no idea he'd be in Vietnam a year later. Indy's son did the same. It was typical, but it was real. It happened a lot. No, it did. It did happen a lot. It's true. It's true that it's real. I just wonder, again, does Indiana Jones have to? I mean, it was a fantasy character, and injecting more into real life, even that he hadn't seen Marion, is still like a movie trope. Think she'll still be with him?
I think that she'll make sure he doesn't hurt himself.
Yeah. I mean, I was a child. I mean, yeah, Indiana Jones was banging like, the teenage daughter of Abner Ravenwood. Go Indy. He'd be canceled today. Joe Panora says, what are your thoughts on Lael leaving a gun in a child's room? I thought it was sloppy writing and, dare I say, highly inappropriate. Okay. Star Trek has been airing. I think having Lael meeting a young Khan Noonien Singh was the most Akiva Goldsman thing ever. I also thought it was completely stupid. And the fact that she left a gun in there, when I read it, I'm like, she's hoping he'll blow his brains out. Or something. Why else would you leave a kid with a gun? It's just like, to me, that whole episode was, I know, and people love it. I don't mean to, if you like it, good. I'm glad that you like things. Again, I didn't believe in it. I didn't believe in any of that episode. I didn't believe in hustling chess for an afternoon could get you enough money to pay for that hotel room. I just didn't believe any of it. But
yeah. Strange New Worlds episode 3. I had no words for it. I was speaking to Julian a little while ago about it, Robert, and to be honest with you, I don't know that episode. It was an experiment. It felt like an experiment. It felt like if you went to a middle school and you asked them to write an episode of Star Trek, this is what they would come up with. That's what this episode felt like for me. So I don't know how you felt about it. There are some moments, and I had kind of thought, that the two characters, they made her look at him in a changing room where he's taking his clothes off. And I'm like, they must have put that in there for some reason. And then 40-something minutes into the episode, she's kissing him. They're kissing each other. And yet before they get a chance to sleep with one another, he dies. Now, I don't know about you, Robert, but, this is supposed to be the Love Boat in space for me. And I'm not appreciating that they did that in the episode. At least let her enjoy him. After all, it's Kirk. He's supposed to be this attractive, fun guy. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. There are even some scenes where, they're like holding each other or moving around with one another. And I said it reminded me of one of those corporate companies where you have these team building, exercises where it's like, here, fall into his arms and you have to trust him, and he doesn't catch you. Like it was so
I mean,
the way they work together.
To me, if I had written this episode, so these guys, they're from two alternate universes, right? They're basically on the greatest first date ever. They have to figure out, wow, time has been destroyed. We're back in time. And like Kirk's hustling chess. He can drive a car. I don't know how. We're eating hot dogs. I mean, and he's having this happy-go-lucky time.
For a second hot dog, but didn't sleep with her? Come on.
Well, that's the whole thing. And she walks into his room. And first of all, she's Lael. She's like security. She's tough as nails. And she's the kind of girl, like, if you could, first of all, if you could get away with this, they're not even from the same fucking universe. And you have Jim Kirk looking, he would turn over. And by the way, Jim Kirk is not the horn dog everybody makes him out to be. If you look at the women he's with.
Young
well, yeah, and after they basically had this incredible first day, right? And she's looking for something. They're in a situation where their universes could potentially be destroyed. They don't even know, they might fall into non-existence.
Yes.
And just these are two people and she's clearly searching for something. And you know what? That Kirk has proven to her that obviously there's chemistry. Christina Chong's a great actress. If I had made this show, Kirk would have turned around and opened up his sheets. She would have joined him, and they would have had a night of incredible passion that was based on the fact that they might never exist ever, and it would have been, but no, you know why? Because
why didn't they do that?
Because then she would fall into the way it's written now is you can't have a sex scene with a strong, powerful woman like this because then her agency is diminished, which is so stupid because it was her. She went into his room. And the thing is, Lael was searching for that kind of thing. She was looking for, any mature adult would say, like, she's been searching. She was told, and I liked her journey in the movie, but she was told that she needed, here was somebody that this extraordinary situation was perhaps the exact thing that she was looking for. She was given the captain of a starship from an alternate universe that is there with her, not panicking, showing her something of Earth she doesn't know. And it's kind of crazy that he knows everything about Earth, considering Earth is destroyed from his perspective. How does he know how to drive? But whatever. It would make much more sense, and it would have been incredibly romantic. And people, by the way, would have remembered it more. But we live in a civilization now where no one fucks. And it's so annoying because Star Trek has that. You know what? Because somebody would say, well, it's the patriarchy and she's losing her age. It's some bullshit that somebody would say. But you know what? They would have fucked. And if I would have made the Star Trek show that I would have wanted, they would have fucked. You know why? Because that's what they needed. They were both in an apocalyptic situation. And first of all, you're going to spend that much. Why? Okay. Can I didn't say this before. So you're hustling chess in the park to make money. This is the only money you have. You can't go back to the same park because people know how good you are playing chess. You're a 3D chess master. You can't hustle them again. Why would you blow all your fucking money on an expensive hotel room? Like, why didn't they go to a hostel like in City on the Edge of Forever? Why didn't they find a cheap hotel room? They went to probably one of the most, it's such a big hotel room that there's 2 suites. There's 2 bedrooms or whatever. He's sleeping on the couch, but it's a big room. Whatever it was. It's like, why did you go to that place and not save some money? I'm like, that was really stupid. I know this is a stupid little thing and I'm nitpicking, but I'm like, I didn't believe it. I did not believe that you made enough money to, one, pay for that hotel room, because as we all know, you cannot stay in a hotel room like that if you don't have a credit card. They're not going to let you stay in there. They're not going to let you stay in that hotel room.
You need ID. You need a card.
Yeah, and I'm just like, you got to find a place to sleep. And I'm looking at this, and then they're driving to see Pelia and doing all. It's just like, come on, man. Give me a fucking break.
Robert, I think that if they put in things that imply that sex is on the way, they need to follow through on that storyline. And it can't be where it's, it's absolutely ridiculous. They're supposed to be getting closer. This is supposed to be a somewhat more intimate relationship. Then do the intimacy. But you don't just randomly kiss a man like that and then nothing happens. That's so unrealistic. Life is not like that. If you're kissing somebody, it's going to mean something. Certainly, this interpretation of, I'm just going to casually kiss this man because I feel like kissing him. And, that's it. We proved that we exchanged, my tongue was in his mouth. It's so irrelevant and phony to kind of pretend like that means, oh, they are so close now. They are, this is real. This is some real stuff. It means absolutely nothing in this context because it wasn't placed there with genuine intent, Robert. It was put in there. They said, we got to show that they get really close. Well, how the hell are we going to do that? She's going to kiss him. Oh, that's great.
Or she's going to stand. She's going to stand. She's in bed. She can't sleep. And she needs comfort. Imagine the situation there. After 9/11 in New York City, there was all kinds of apocalypse sex having. And people are having all kinds. Because
I'm lonely. What am I going to do with my life?
Is the world ending? I've lost people. Everyone knew somebody who died in the Twin Towers. And people are having apocalypse fucking. This is the end of time. This is time of multiple universes is unraveling. And for all we know, Lael is a virgin. And like play that trope out. It's James T. Kirk. And you know what? Do you know what? Kirk would have looked at her, and he's captain of the Enterprise, man. And he was in that episode. He would have looked at her, looked at what was ever in her eyes, and even if you wanted, he would have had her come to him. He would have held her in his arms, and she would have kissed him, fade out. You wake up the next morning, and she gets up, and because that's what people in the 23rd century do.
Agreed. And he is charming. he is charming in this, and I admit, they have their moments, like the hot dog moment. He's like, I'm gonna get another. I'm like, oh, okay, like it's almost adorable to see him just be himself, kind of do this. But he is charming. This is their interpretation of what they believe the character to be like. But I think he's a nice person. He's not mean or anything like that. They let us see his body. Robert, if you're gonna show me a man's body, if you think all the movies that Harrison Ford has been in and they show his chest, usually he's going to have sex with somebody. Hanover Street, Blade Runner. We can
Working
go down.
Girl.
Working Girl. He takes his shirt off. He takes a little water, puts on his thing, and and he goes. He does this kind of thing. I'm telling you, Robert, you show the chest. We have expectations, and she's looking. It would be fine if she didn't see it, but she's staring at him, changing his clothes, and so. I think that there has to be some thought about what actually happens when people see things like this. You're not thinking about him platonically. You're not. You're thinking about intimacy, and we have to see real intimacy, not something you threw in 45 minutes into the episode because, oh, shoot, we don't know what to say now. This is a good time for them to kiss. This was such a letdown of both of those characters. And I think it wouldn't have looked like they were team building at some company retreat. It's like, okay, it's a scavenger hunt, guys. Let's see if we can find an engineer who can create something. It's a scavenger hunt. It felt like this maybe experimental play, and we're all supposed to kind of critique it, and then you come back next week with the improved version, but there is no improved version, Robert.
No,
there's no improved version.
Well, and also their trip back to the past was so uninteresting. They're just walking on the waterfront. Let's get a hot dog. Let me go hustle chess. I mean, I did think the chess hustling was cool because it's a great characteristic that Kirk has, but it's not like when you watch City on the Edge of Forever, when Spock has to go buy whatever exists at that time so he can make a makeshift tricorder to see if he can look into the past and find out, stone knives and bear skins. And it's so interesting that what they do to solve their problems. And this, it's like, they're like, well, we're here in the past, whatever. Let me take this car. And suddenly he's an expert driver, which I'm like, come on. I figured it out in 2 seconds.
Robert, I did like the let's go visit Toronto and Vermont, spin on this, and how great, I love Toronto. I love Toronto. I've been there many times. I've enjoyed myself. I also kind of thought that this time variance authority reminded me of like the Loki series. Like, it's like, well, I'm here to collect the thing, and it's from the time thing.
Well, that is, they did introduce that, they did introduce that in Deep Space Nine. Dulmer and Loxley, but it was played. The funny thing is, it was played in Deep Space Nine when you first met them. It was in the Troubles and Tribulations when it was the 30th anniversary episode, and it was played for laughs and kind of. But this whole idea, it's like, okay, why? So here, go with me on this. I kept asking myself. So, okay, this guy's back in time, and you've got the temporal Cold War, and people are playing and fiddling with whatever they're fiddling with, and you've got this time agent from it's not the TVA, it's not the see, now I'm stuck on thinking you've got me.
I'm sorry, it was just so funny the way she presented herself. It was kind of like she was sitting there.
It's not the time. Hang on. It's the department. It's the Department of Temporal Investigations.
Of course.
And what's really interesting is when it's first introduced, Kirk is the most time violating person in the Federation, and so it was funny, but it was also clever. But in this, it's like they have agents to take care of this. So when all these shenanigans are happening, somehow Lael. Like, the guy approaches Lael and comes onto the Enterprise. Like, wouldn't the time agent know that he suddenly... So, he gives Lael the device. He comes on the Enterprise and gives Lael the device, and then Lael is somehow transported to a different Enterprise. So, why would the guy come to her... Like, how did he know that it was going to put her on that Enterprise? Like, I'm like, I had so many questions about, like, look, the thing about time travel is you got to make it really simple for the audience. A DeLorean, 1955. You got it spelled right out. Guardian of Forever. You go back to Depression era. You jump through the thing. You're in Depression era, New York City. You know, that's easy. This when she's back in time, like they just happen to wander and see this thing getting blown up, and they just of all the people they meet in Toronto, they find a Romulan agent who just kind of shows up like, hey, use these, here's my pick. Well, we're looking for cold fusion, and oh, by the way, we also found the genetic engineering station where they're making Khan. I mean, none of it was all so, the whole thing about Sitting on the Edge Forever that's really interesting is there's this feeling that Kirk and Spock are never going to find McCoy. They're never going to find McCoy, and the very thing, and Spock says in the episode that the currents and eddies of time have swept us both to this focal point. That's just where we get swept to. If you jump through the Guardian of Forever, McCoy was sent somewhere, and we're looking for McCoy, and those same currents and eddies are going to put us in reasonably the same amount of. So I'm thinking I'll buy that, and everyone thought that it was, McCoy was the focal point in time, when really it was Edith Keeler that was the focal point in time, and that's what makes it so interesting. And it turns into a moral dilemma. I mean, in this episode, Kirk accidentally or gets shot by this Romulan agent. Like, Lael doesn't really have any agency except not killing Khan Noonien Singh. And just the idea that Lael Noonien Singh, first of all, that she even exists in the 23rd century is the dumbest shit ever. They should have given Christina Chong her own character, her own unique character, because I've never met anyone with the last name of Hitler. So if there's anyone running around with the last name of Noonien Singh, and you had the eugenics wars, and they were all genetically engineered, and all the Noonien Singhs or all the genetically engineered people were either defeated, killed, captured, but these guys left into space. So was Khan like boning a bunch of ladies, leaving around a bunch of ladies that were named Noonien Singh? And then if they were named Noonien Singh, it means, well, wouldn't they marry somebody that wasn't named Noonien Singh? Like, who was Laon's great grandfather? Not a woman, so it had to be a dude. So did Khan have a brother? And why did they keep the last name Noonien Singh? I hate it so much, it drives me fucking crazy. Because nobody would keep their name after the eugenics wars, Noonien Singh. People are like, are you genetically engineered? Well, you're going to be put to death because we don't need any more genetic. She would be not allowed in Starfleet because she would have the, whatever. Can't even get back.
Robert, there's another big problem apparently on the ship that no one is talking about. How much gear do you think each one of these ship persons brings along with them on these voyages into space, Robert? How much stuff do you think they take with them?
Probably not a lot.
I agree with you. That's why I was so surprised when the character, the woman who lives for a very long time.
Oh, Pelia.
Apparently, she's a hoarder on the ship, Robert.
That is the stupidest shit ever.
Yeah, well, apparently there's something about this ship that makes people want to be hoarders. This was the episode. They have the intervention. She's apparently she doesn't trust the idea that money will not be something important because she's got storage facilities apparently throughout the freaking galaxy, just in case. She's a hoarder. Who knew? We found her one flaw. She's a hoarder, and it's causing problems on the Enterprise until she comes back and says, "You know what? Let her keep her stash. I won't say a word."
I mean, first of all, it's not like everything that comes on a starship wouldn't be accounted for because it would have to be either beamed aboard or brought in on a shuttlecraft. It's probably a good bet it was beamed aboard, which means everything that's beamed aboard would be in the ship's computer. And who's going to move all that shit? Was it beamed directly to her quarters? And wouldn't you sit there and go, why do you need all this shit? And that's the thing. It's not a cruise vessel. You're not going on the Titanic crossing the ocean. You're a military officer. They're Rob, why are you so nitpicky on this show? Because the show's ridiculous. It does shit like that when you have to ask yourself, why is she a hoarder? Why does she have all of these things? Why is she stealing great works of art from Earth? What the hell? Why are you doing this? Well, I'm Carol Kane and I'm funny. I mean, and again, Pelia, They've written their Guinan. They've written this. It's so lame. And like I've said it before, Akiva Goldsman does not have an original bone in his body. He comes up with things like, yeah, it's Khan Noonien Singh's descendant from 300 years ago. Why would that even matter? I mean, if I met somebody with the last name Bonaparte, I'd probably ask him if they were related to Napoleon, just because, wouldn't you? But that doesn't mean they're going to be related to Bonaparte. And if you come from the Indian subcontinent and your last name is Noonien Singh, maybe, of course, there's lots of people named Noonien Singh. But, I mean, she's a descendant of Khans. How did she get there? What happened to her descendant right after the eugenics wars were over and they had the last name of Noonien Singh? Or was Noonien Singh the name you changed your last name to? I was really hiding under Smith, but I'm really a Noonien Singh. I mean, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. But that's...
I didn't buy anything in this episode, even down to the point where she walks on the bridge and she's not in uniform. I didn't buy it. You know, it was the whole thing, from beginning to end. Like I said, it's a big experiment. It's a one woman, one man show. I don't know what this is, but this was very experimental. It was just, I'm not quite sure whether I even understand what the point of the episode really was. I don't know whether there was one. And I just don't, I'm very kind of conflicted about the episode. So.
Yeah. And here's another thing. So we know we're getting a crossover with Lower Decks, which is another time travel going from animation to real life, and a musical episode.
Yes.
I mean, they make 10 episodes of Star Trek, and that's what we're getting?
Robert, what kind of songs would you sing in a series that is essentially the Love Boat in space, but no one has sex? I'm so frustrated, or you're so vain. Like, what kind of songs would they sing?
Oh, if I was Lael, I'd go to Kirk and sing "Justify My Love" in honor of Madonna. I hope she gets better. Or yeah. I would sing "Muddy Waters, Mannish Boy." or how about Black Dog, or Hey Mama, or something like that.
The Divinals, I don't want anybody else when I think about you, whatever.
Yeah,
right?
or have Lael play "I Touch Myself" and get in touch with her physicality.
Let's see what happens, because I sure hope it's something interesting. It doesn't come off as sort of like a Glee episode.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, here's the thing. Is it a musical episode where they're going to sing previously existing songs? Or is it going to be like Buffy Once More with Feeling, where it's all original material?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. Will there be guest stars on the episode? Like Kristen Chenoweth, will she appear?
Well, hasn't Carol Kane been on Broadway and stuff?
She has been.
Maybe you know what, you should bring on Bernadette Peters as her sister, and have Bernadette Peters sing. I mean, first of all, the whole idea of doing gimmick episodes in Star Trek, I'm like, come on. Again, you're copying other people's ideas. That's all Akiva Goldsman does. He couldn't come up with new characters, so he had to have one being a descendant of Khan. He had to have Nurse Chapel. He had to have Dr. Mbenga. He already had number one in Pike. And by the way, where's Pike? Where's Pike? I'm here for a couple, like he was literally watching the Una's trial on TV. Like Paul Chato did a great video about, he compared and contrasted the three great Star Trek courtroom episodes.
Yeah.
It's like, bruh, come on. Really?
I don't know. I'm just flabbergasted by this one. I think they completely went so far off the rails that they don't even know what's going on.
It's just like the stories they're choosing to tell us. I would think that Strange New Worlds does not have its own identity. It's first of all, I don't even know why Akiva Goldsman gets co-creator credit, because it's the Cage. Gene Roddenberry created the show. Akiva Goldsman didn't create this show. Number one and Pike on the Enterprise, that they didn't create that show. It's an extension of the Cage. It's so weird. Anyway, see, look what happens when we answer one super chat. Joe Panora, look what you did. And then funny, Scott Bartholomew asked right afterwards, I'm ready for Trek rants tonight. Well, Scott, we're glad to be of service if you're a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy fan, and I know you are. Dan Candy says, Rob, I'm too lazy to do my own research. How did they achieve the rat shootings in Food of the Gods? It was a neat effect. Dude, I have to say, off the top of my head, I don't know. Food of the Gods, was that 1976? I haven't seen that movie in years. I do not know. And I like that you're asking, but I do not know. Mike Alito, who is a 3/5 human. I want to say that's Mikey Lito, but it looks like but it isn't. I'll say or is it? 3/5 human says, good morning, Rob and Indy, 8 out of 10.
Oh, good.
Well, I'm glad you liked it. That's good. Mike Latoris. I'm falling for that one. I don't know why that. See, that's funny. It's important to me that knows how awesome we all think she is.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, there you go, Mike.
Thank you.
You old smoothie. Tom Jr. Jackson says SAG voted to extend negotiations until July 5th. So over the 4th of July holiday. All right. Well, there you go. That's good. They're not striking. Okay. I mean, I can see that. I guess that's a good thing. I mean, no strike. Mario Lopez from Portugal is in the chat. Hello, Mario. Say hi to your mom for me. Been a member for 27 months of the channel. I very much appreciate that. Scott Bartholomew says today's industry caters to audiences with short attention spans and low IQs. It's true. Ace Hanlon says, Rob, can you tell me again or point me to the Robservations where you talk about your experiences with your grandfather and watching Alien in theaters? Gosh, I
love those episodes, Robert.
Was that on this show? Did I talk about that on?
You talked about it on a lot of shows.
I know I've talked about that a lot. I don't. You know what? I don't know. So I'll tell you again right now. So here's the thing. In 1979, when Alien had come out, my grandmother had passed away, and my grandfather was starting to date his old childhood sweetheart, who became my grandmother. But at the time, she either wasn't around, she was in New York or something. And so every Sunday, my sister and I would go out with my grandfather, and he would, be like, what do you kids want to do? Yeah. And Alien was out, and nobody would take me. I mean, nobody would take me to see Alien. And I said to my grandfather, who at the time, my grandfather was a very conservative, very sort of stoic man. He was a hard man to know. But he was very nice, very kind, and he looked like a Vulcan. He looked like he could have been Sarek's brother, Spock's father's brother. That's what my grandfather looked like. And so I convinced him to take us to see Alien. And we went to the UA 150 that's on the corner of 6th and Blanchard. It's not there anymore because they blew it up. My favorite theater in Seattle. It's where I saw Empire Strikes Back 26 times. It's where I saw Star Wars and Jedi, and this theater that was adjacent to it. I saw Dawn of the Dead there. I saw Buckaroo Banzai there. I saw Big Trouble in Little China there. It was an incredible theater. I saw 9 to 5 there. I think I saw all that jazz there. I think it was my favorite theater. So going there, it was amazing. And I'm watching Alien, and I was fucking terrified. And at one point I got up. I think I got up, and I don't remember exactly now that I'm telling this story, but I think I got up when they were making the trek to the derelict alien ship. I was so just freaked out by the noises and them walking through. I was just freaked out by the whole thing. And then my sister was so freaked out, she came out too, and we're standing by in the marble stairs, and we both had to go back in there. And I ended up loving the movie. I thought the movie was absolutely incredible. And, I'm like, my grandfather just kind of sat there motionless the whole time. And he after it was over, we're sitting there, and I'm like, what have I done? Because I had no idea. Like the chest burster scene, I'm like, holy shit. And there was some bad language. The worst was the movie Thief. I took my grandfather to see the movie Thief in terms of the worst language I ever heard in a movie, and I couldn't believe my grandfather. Anyway, so after Alien was over, I was kind of terrified what my grandfather might say or think, and I said, Grandpa, what did you think of that? And he thought about it and kind of nodded his head. He was like, that was pretty good. I mean, that was pretty much the extent of it. And yeah, and it was funny because my grandfather, I really would have loved to have had a conversation with him about what he thought of the film, but just getting him to say that was pretty good because I think I saw 2 movies in my entire life with my grandfather. One was Alien and one was James Caan and Thief. Mm-hmm. I think those are the only 2 movies. So, so there you go. Dan Candy says, in defense of Crystal Skull, it entertained me. Dial did not. Anywho, let's play Marry, Fuck, Kill. Okay, Marry, Fuck, Kill. Your choices are Armus from Skin of Evil, Gom 2, which is another alien from TNG, and Rhoda Henry from Winds of War. I pick Rhoda Henry. Rhoda Henry, not even, she doesn't have to be younger. Polly Bergen, I'll take her. Rhoda Henry all day. You know she was dirty. You know she was a dirty girl. She'd make sure you had a good time. Even though she was, Pug Henry's wife. I would definitely take Rhoda Henry. So there you go. That's not a fair question because Arden doesn't know who Rhoda Henry is.
No, I don't.
So,
I'm sorry.
Wind Goddess has been a member for 32 months. Thank you, Wind Goddess. King Tannic is here. Hey, handsome. Hey, beautiful. Looking mighty pristine on the stream. Is there possibly a room for any other on tonight's show? I don't know. Should we bring him on tonight's show?
Sure. I'm going to be leaving soon, but absolutely, if you wish, Robert.
Why not? He's part of the PGS. Mm-hmm. I'll bring King Tannic on. I mean, I was worried because he's such an innocent. He's such an innocent boy that I wonder if I bring him on and is he too innocent?
Oh my gosh! Are you saying he's over 21, right?
He just turned 21.
Okay, so all right, he's old enough.
Well, yeah, you should ask him about. He was talking on recently about seeing his first hentai, and he knew how terrible he should have seen it.
They're fantastic! Oh my gosh, I love those.
So do I. I mean, The Wandering Kid, Yoratsuki Doji. I remember seeing that for the first time, and I was like, "Wow, what's this?" And then my favorite anime that is wildly inappropriate, but I love it, is Bible Black.
Okay.
Bible Black is a good one. I'm sure it feels like I'm not coming on now. No, not for me. See, there we go. Well, let's see if you come in. I don't know if you got that. Maybe you did. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna come.
We shall see. Wait, I have to find here and well, you've got that. Maybe Israel isn't here anymore. Well, if he comes in.
I hadn't thought about that.
Glenn Mark says one of my chapter titles for 856. Rob, is to borrow, to borrow, and to borrow, and to borrow. That's hilarious, dude. Because, and that was another thing I hated about the Star Trek episode. I said in my rant, that is from a passage in Macbeth that they also used in the original series for All Our Yesterdays. Is he here? I think I see something. Oh, he just popped in. I gave him the thing, and but the thing that bummed me out about that was, it was also a title of the Orville.
Yeah.
So it was like, bro, you rip off Star Trek by using this something from the same Macbeth passage, and then also something that the Orville used. That was like a lame-o-rama. If I can say that, which I can because it's my show.
Someone had said that they got upset when they saw them throw out the start, the uniforms. And I'm like, don't they realize that they're fans in the city? They could have just sold those. They probably would have made more money reselling the uniforms than anything else. But
well, yeah, I mean, all the fabric. I mean, it could have been like, oh my God, what fabric is this? This is
they
crazy time.
the city anyway, because they're in the city. They're not in sort of, a rural area. They're in Toronto. So there's a lot of people in Toronto. And I bet you there is more than one person walking around wearing that outfit. So,
Well, also, I mean, you think about how they made money in previous Star Trek adventures, like in The Voyage Home, when they go to the shop, and Kirk's like, weren't those a gift from Dr. McCoy? Yes, and they will be again. That's the beauty of it. I mean, there was so much more clever stuff, and they did nothing clever.
no, there really wasn't. Except for maybe the scene where you see the guy's body in the dressing room. But other than that, I don't think there was anything clever.
Sean Hoover says Bruce Willis is a background extra in the summation scene from The Verdict, and Dial was good. The last scene gave me major feels. I really liked it. Yeah, well, he is, by the way, and you can totally see it's Bruce Willis. Even though it's The Verdict, you can totally see it's him. RRTNZ says, hail, Bob, and great discussion this evening. Got a recommendation for any Anglophiles? Come Dine With Me, reality cooking comedy show. It's hilarious. Come Dine With Me. I'll watch that.
Yeah. That sounds good.
Lael Rockwell is not King Tannic. So just so people know.
I am Lael.
You want to be Lael?
I got a lack of melanin this week, but
You do?
No hot toys. Lost my collection.
Well, here, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to move Lael's name elsewhere. So you're no longer Lael. So how are you, sir? How I liked your last episode of the Otaku experience.
Oh, thank you. I had a good time with that one too. I thought it was
good. That was fun.
I've been good. It's good to see y'all. It's good to see you. I haven't talked to you. Gosh, was it the watch party we did for the documentary?
I think so. It's been a while. It's been a while.
How you been? How y'all been?
I've been well. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you, Rob.
How's it going, man?
As always, it's good to see you. You know how it is?
Yeah. How is it?
It's good. I was hanging out with my girlfriend, and we split off, and so I started driving home, and I was like, oh, they're streaming. And so I clicked on it, and then immediately I hear Rob go, if I was writing it, they would have fucked. And I was like, I knew it. And I was like, I have no idea what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
This is it.
Well, it was, after all, Captain James Tiberius Kirk.
Oh,
this is Star Trek?
Yes.
Yeah, we were talking about Star Trek.
They be doing that in Star Trek?
Well,
yes.
You know something?
Oh, wow.
They made us see his body, and we're talking about a body shot. Like, it's totally for either, the female gaze, or let's say people who like to see men's bodies. This was his body, and it was like, just, they put pictures and parts in movies like that for us to see. I saw that. I immediately knew what was supposed to come next. That, there was going to be a sex scene, that something was going to happen. But they didn't deliver that. And that was like really disappointing. Although they kissed each other, but it was like one of those kisses. It was like almost like a truth or dare kiss. It was like a spin the bottle situation. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. They,
that show is written for middle schoolers. I mean, everything feels nothing feels adult on the show. It's like all the characters are kids. I hate the way Spock is portrayed. And even Kirk. Kirk is the commander of a starship. They're back in time. He doesn't seem particularly concerned, like, here we are in Toronto. Earth's cool. Earth in my time's not like this. Have a hot dog. Let me drive around, even though I've never been to Earth.
I've seen the original motion picture. I liked it. I saw it in theaters last year. But other than that, I've never seen Star Trek. And I guess I just kind of assumed it was about the same appropriate level that like Star Wars was. I didn't know they were doing all that.
Oh, I just want you to know that Star Trek the Motion Picture is rated G.
Yeah.
It is officially rated G. And maybe it's now rated PG, but I believe it's rated G. The original version was rated G. But no, I mean, I'll give you a funny so there is an episode of Star Trek called By Any Other Name from the second season, where these aliens from the Andromeda galaxy have come to our galaxy and they want to get home. And one of the hottest women, at least of the time, this actress named Barbara Boucher, who's basically taken human form, Kirk is distracting her because he's trying to make Rojan jealous, and Kirk decides he's basically going to sleep with a tentacled creature that's taken human form, and she's I mean any man would, because this woman is hot as, and she says to him, she goes, I don't understand your species' predilection with this simple biological function. And Kirk's like, simple biological function? And she's like, yes, I mean, this is just a simple, and you write things about it, and you talk about it, and it's all part of your history. I don't understand anything about it. And Kirk's just looking at her going, perhaps I should show you, or whatever he says, and it's like, boom, chicka,
Maybe I should watch Star Trek.
I mean, they don't show that. The closest they come is there's another episode called Wink of an Eye, where there's a character named Deela, and they go into Kirk's quarters, and I think it's either coming back from the commercial or it cuts to later, and Kirk is sitting on the side of his bed pulling on his boots, and Deela is brushing her hair. But it was made in the 60s, What are you going to do?
All right. I didn't know that. With how much Star Trek stuff that's on here, I was thinking of maybe pitching a series where it's like Israel watches Star Trek for the first time, or something better than that.
You should do it.
Yeah, well, I just wrote the script. I have to make the video for my first 10 and 20 of 10 essential Star Trek episodes you need to watch from the first season of the original series. They're not all the episodes, and they're not even all the best episodes, but they're essential episodes you need to watch to understand the franchise.
Is it kind of like the Clone Wars, where every episode is like good and canon, but they're not necessarily like, you can skip some episodes? Is that how it works, or is it like a linear?
Each episode is individual. No episode leads to another. It's all individually, but they do set up things like in the first season, they set up the Romulans and they set up the Klingons. So you kind of understand who and what they are. But even then, there aren't very many Klingon episodes or Romulan episodes in the whole series. So they're individual. And what's really interesting is, for the most part, they're individual self-contained stories, allegorical science fiction action adventure tales. So you can watch one and have a full meal, as opposed to like now, where Strange New Worlds, I don't even quite know what story was being told. It started out as being a really interesting character study about this character, Lael, about coming to grips and opening up more to people. But then it turns into this time travel story where she gets to hook up with Captain Kirk from another universe, but doesn't really. And then it turns into a Romulan conspiracy time travel plot where there's a cold fusion reactor in a basement in Toronto, along with Khan Nooney. There's so much crap that's thrown on the wall in this episode that it became meaningless, when really it should have been a really interesting science fiction story about Lael having to go through a crucible of some kind. And I guess you could say, well, isn't that what that episode was, Rob? And I'm like, I'm so busy trying to figure out what the fuck. See, the thing is, it's also got time travel, and here's the thing about time travel. Yeah. And the thing about time travel is a storytelling device. It's wish fulfillment that we've all thought, can I go back and fix something? I wish I could have made a different choice. All time travel stories are derived from a human being's desire to, I wish I did something different. I wish I said something different. I wish I did something different, or I wish I didn't do what I did. It's always that idea. So the great time travel stories are all about, like, I'm going to try and go back and change what I did before, and either repent or find forgiveness or whatever. But in doing that, you always mess things up, because in your desire to fix things, it always gets worse. But it's always a personal story. Not always, but the best time travel stories are about personal issues. Or if somebody gets thrown in the past, like Marty McFly, by going into the past, he's put his own life, his own existence in peril. Like, he accidentally interfered in the moment where his dad met his mom, which is still personal to him, but then he has to make it, it's not him. He has to figure out, like, how do I get my mom and dad together? What am I going to do? Or I'm going to get erased from existence. And it's always something personal to the character. And in this, the only thing that's personal, they did this really stupid thing by having Lael end up meeting young Khan Noonien Singh, which, by the way, it's so stupid that she's even related to him in the first place, that they meet is the dumbest shit ever. And of course, the grandfather paradox, she can't shoot him knowing he's going to become a dictator, which, by the way, is also misunderstood because Khan as a dictator, even though there was the eugenics wars and it was bad, Khan was a benevolent dictator. He didn't kill people, and they had a flourishing civilization, apparently. It was all the human beings that were scared of the homo, like on the in the X-Men, Homo Superior are mutants. We're Homo sapiens, but like Magneto is like, I believe in Homo Superior, and that's why he's always fighting. Homo Superior is better. We're going to replace Homo sapiens as the dominant species on Earth. That's his whole deal. So you have, I guess, Homo Superior in the sense that genetically engineered Superman, and in the episode Space Seed, you hear Spock talk about it, and he says, look, superior ability breeds superior ambition. And they didn't get into any of that. I don't think they even know. I don't think they fucking watched Space Seed. All anybody ever watches is Wrath of Khan, thinking they're going to have an understanding of who Khan is. And it's like, give me a break. If you're going to pull it, meaning you're going to pull Khan, you better know what Khan's all about. I certainly don't believe they ever watched Space Seed when they wrote Into Darkness. Sorry.
A big part of this episode, Robert, I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, you got to stop me because I'll.
She talks about how, she's discriminated against and how, everybody remembers who she is because of her family name and all this stuff. And yet the one time she meets a guy who's hot, she gets to check.
Don't rip out your beard hair when you rip it
She gets to check this man out. She gets to talk to him. It's fun. He doesn't know who she is. The one time that she has this anonymity where he doesn't think that she's like the lowest of the low or like, some freak against nature, and she doesn't go for it and she doesn't do it. And the thing she's thinking about when she sees Khan and she has that conversation with him, like, oh, don't worry. She's thinking, why the hell didn't I have sex with Kurt? Why didn't I do that? That's what she's thinking. She goes back to the ship. The woman comes back for that machine. She's like, I don't know whether I want to give up that machine. I should go back and find Kirk and finish this. Well, and then we can have something that is more meaningful because he wasn't judging her by her name or her identity. That's what she wanted all this time.
Yeah. That would
understand who was like that.
That would have been enough if you're exactly right, because that would have made the episode about Lael. But instead, what did they have to bring up? They had to bring up the temporal Cold War from Enterprise. They had to bring up Romulan infiltration. They had to bring up the fact that aliens are always fucking with Earth. They had to bring up cold fusion and Khan Noonien Singh. They threw all of this crap to the wall, and all of it was just a bunch of gobbledygook that none of it was dealt with in a very interesting way. They brought up, this alien, this Romulan agent was, I'm a conspiracy theorist who just happened to know who they were or what was going on and all this. It was so lame. Everyone's like, this episode was great.
He was a nice man. He's good looking. He's into her, and I have a feeling that for many men, it's not easy to kind of break the shell that she has.
Israel says he's trapped.
She's the security person. This is very, it's very hard for her to find somebody that she isn't, kind of like analyzing whether they're trying to do bad things and such. Now she doesn't have to worry about any of that. He's a captain. Come on.
Well, that's the thing.
Smile
I mean,
and nod.
But he's a captain that came from a devastated, Earth was devastated. Like he's captain of a Constitution class starship, and it's like, I'm sorry, he was acting like, and that the thing is, let's have a hot dog. The whole thing's like a meet cute. Let's go play. There's no urgency in it at all. They're just kind of wandering around and let's drive to the United States. How the fuck did they get across the border and back?
Road trip. It's like a road trip. It's like you're like, what are they doing? It was just very.
Why didn't they call her on the phone? Like, how did they get across the border? Is that something I missed? Like, you need passports to get across the border, especially after a terrorist attack on Canada, an explosion of a bridge. They're just going, just cross the border. We'll come back in when you need to, man. It's all good.
Hey, don't worry about it. I mean, it's like in Rise of Skywalker, how they're able to go to the unknown regions and back, in like an hour, even though it should take like over a week to do that.
It's so, by the way, RRTNZ says, R.I.P. Calculon. We shall not see his like again. Is that Futurama? Is Calculon Futurama?
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, I this is why I mean here's the thing. Everyone's like, "But Rob, Strange New Worlds is so good." I'm like, "Okay. One, it's not good." And that it's not good. It's not good science fiction. It's not good Star Trek. Sorry.
Well, Darth Plato said something very profound the other day as I was talking to him about Strange New Worlds. And I said it's not strange enough. And I've said this, it should be strange. There should be some weird things in there, things we have never seen before. And he was like, and it's not good either. It's not strange and it's not, I'm sorry, new. It's not new. It's not strange and it's not new because they keep using stuff from other shows. So it's not new. It's not strange and it's not new. They then just call it something else because it doesn't fit the character or that character of Star Trek show. So I was expecting something so unusual, like henchai, like tentacles, something so unusual that you would say, whoa, that is kind of strange. But there hasn't been anything in here that's strange. If you're going to go ahead and say it's strange, then I should look at this and go, oh my gosh, that's so unusual.
There's an episode coming up that they literally kind of rip off one of the Captain Pike comic books, Early Voyages. Is it 4 or 6? And I couldn't believe it. And again, they're going back to Rigel. They're going back to Rigel 7 that you saw in the menagerie in the cage. It's like, really? So we're getting a musical episode, a crossover with an animated episode. We're getting, they go back to Rigel 7. You have another T'Pring episode. It's all about Star Trek.
When's the episode when Spock and the chick in the sick bay have sex? When is that coming up?
Well, at the end of episode 5, they hook up at the end. Oh, by the way, that's also the episode where Spock says, "What the fuck?" and they cut away to the opening credits. What the? Way to go, guys! Way to go! You guys are really treating Star.
It's like the end of the MCU Spider-Man movies, like the first one ended with Aunt May, and then Far From Home ended with Spider-Man screaming it. They always cut it off.
I almost want to play I want to play episode 4, 5, or 6 right now on the stream and just bag on it live, but they haven't aired yet, so I can't do that. But I have them.
Oh, so you've still seen them? Because I know you talked about it forever about how you got Picard season 3 earlier, and the way everybody talked about that, I was like, maybe I should watch Star Trek. Nah, I'm good.
You can watch Picard season 3. I think you would enjoy it. I think
on its own, it doesn't connect to other things.
I think it does connect to some other things, but it's not unwatchable. In other words, you started to watch and you understand that this is a crew that's worked together before, and now they're back after a certain period of time. You can go from there and kind of understand a lot of what's going on.
Oh my God, I forgot how much I hated episode 4. Oh God.
I just figured it would be like hopping in on like Avengers Endgame, and there's so many things set up that like you might not understand, like the relationships or
it's okay. You would get it, and not only would you get it, but you might want to. It'll make you want to watch other things like The Next Generation. I would say you'd want to know more, and it would certainly inspire you to do so. So, yeah.
Now, I've been meaning to finish the other movies because I watched the motion picture, and I'm like, I really need to watch Wrath of Khan.
What did you think of the motion picture, Israel?
I would like to go into like this big thing, but I'll be honest, I don't really remember it. I remember enjoying it. I remember being like, so this is Star Trek. Yeah. And because my mom is like me and my dad, we're Star Wars guys. Mm-hmm. My mom was the Star Trek girl. Oh. And so she loves Star Trek. And the rest of us are like, nah. And so my dad will watch, like, when The Mandalorian comes out or whatever, he'll watch that. And then she'll be like, I won't watch it. And then, like, Star Trek comes out, and we're like, we don't care. But she'll watch that. And so we went to see that together. And so she was like, the themes were playing, and, Captain Kirk's getting on the ship. And that was really, even, like, it's how old the movie is. I was still like, oh, this is kind of, like, awe-inspiring. What's the name of the ship?
The Enterprise?
Yeah, You'd think I'd know, but with how much y'all talk about Star Trek, but
it's okay.
the Enterprise. And I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. Like they were like floating up to the ship, and I was like, ooh. But yeah, I remember being surprised at some of the elements of it because I guess I went in thinking it was going to be more action, but it ended up being more character focused.
Yeah, and
And
philosophical.
there really wasn't much. Yeah, and there wasn't really much action. And I actually didn't mind that. I think it was a little too long. Like there was a spot in the middle that I was like, is this where are we at like in the runtime? But then as it got towards the end there, I was like, oh yeah, this is nice. I really need to watch Wrath of Khan because I hear that that's one of the greatest movies of all time. So
I'd be interested to
Well-
see what you think of Wrath of Khan after you see it.
I think, though, before you watch Wrath of Khan, you should watch Space Seed, the original episode that it's based on.
okay.
So, and yeah, because it's really interesting. Space Seed is really interesting, and it makes the movie better, I think, because you understand more about Khan.
You know, maybe this finally gives me a reason to get Paramount Plus because I don't have it. You know, the only reason I would get it is for the Transformer stuff, but I own them all on Blu-ray, so I don't need them.
And all of the films are on Paramount Plus now, right, Robert?
I think supposedly they are.
Okay, cool. I
Yes.
will definitely have to look into that. Look, guys, you see what happened after knowing Rob for almost a year. He finally got me. I'm going to check out Star Trek. Oh, no.
You know, you should. By the way, I just want to point out to everybody who's watching the stream, since we're talking about it, I just would like to say that the episode, once again, is being taken. A lot of stuff is being taken from it, from a comic book that is, the writers are not credited for writing. Which
And is that the
which is
most
not
recent
surprising.
episode?
Yeah. So the upcoming episode is partially based on this comic, Marvel Star Trek: The Early Voyages. This was actually when Marvel took over Star Trek for a while. The Battle on Rigel 7. This goes back to the Cage, but I mean, again, there's like 6 different science fiction stories all combined into one in this episode, and it's bad. I mean, you know what it is? Everything on Star Trek Strange New Worlds feels like 3rd season original series, where except even then it's not as good. I mean, it's also half baked, and they put these they never trust in the story they're telling. They always have to put like 2 or 3 or 4 stories together. By the way, you have to go, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I have to get some rest, but I was gonna say, yeah, I think maybe the biggest moral of this episode is that, you know, for a woman who has difficulty connecting with people, having intimacy, and she meets somebody, and this is the moment, and everything's right. This was the moment that she should act. He's a nice man. This is a good guy. He's not a bad guy. They don't come around that often where you connect with somebody. It's so important. I don't want men out there to think that women don't notice how important it is when a man is nice and they appreciate us and everything is right. You know, what we saw in this episode is so unrealistic. They would have made love during this episode, and she would have been so different and transformed that the thought of even seeing Khan and the contemplation of anybody even hurting him would have been so far from what, you know, that would have been the deciding factor right there. She would have been like, life is so beautiful. And, you know, I think Kirk's role in this would have been very different. You know, I think it would have been an important thing to show that women do value men and value nice men, especially when they're Kirk. This is, you know.
Well, I mean, you know what would have been really interesting? Dealing with anybody who had a brain in their head and would have thought to themselves, so La'an Noonien Singh is carrying around this mark of Cain, the scarlet letter of being Khan's descendant. And here she goes back in time, and in the last 5 minutes of the episode, they have her meet Khan. Well, it would have been a really interesting moral quandary or choice. The grandfather paradox is literally, if you went back in time, would you kill your grandfather, and what would that do? You know, and Kirk would have said, you have to kill him. If he turns in to be a horrible, awful tyrant on your world and millions of people die because of the eugenics wars, you can take him out right now. And you can stop all that suffering from happening, which would, of course, erase her from existence.
Right.
I mean, there would have been the interesting moral quandary and
Yes.
the interesting science fiction question, but they don't even approach that. They kind of do at the end. It's like, maybe she should kill him, but you're just a boy. I mean, and then play off the trope like he's not just a boy, he's a delightful boy. He didn't ask to be genetically engineered. He didn't ask to grow up and become ambitious. You know, and they don't do any of that. They could have written a classic moral conundrum Trek episode. They don't do shit. And again, because that show is monumentally uncreative. And I don't care. I understand people like it. It's fucking terrible. And every time they could do something interesting, they always go for the quick, easy, stupid choice. And I hate it. I hate it. It is the actual, to me, it's the dumbing down. Star Trek should be the Tiffany standard of great sci-fi. Instead, we're getting junior high level YA fiction written for people that it's so dumbed down. It's so offensive to me that the thing I grew up watching since I was 5 years old that made me aspire to be a better person, that taught me so much about life, has turned into this just ridiculous pablum that is just ripping off other science fiction, better things by better people that were a lot smarter than the writing staff on that show. And all we get is this god-awful gobbledygook where these great actors are squandered, the great special effects are squandered, and I fucking hate it.
And
By the way, I just want you to know I'm just drinking water. I've not had a drop of liquor in a long time.
Characters desire intimacy, especially in science fiction stories. They desire intimacy. So this is something that I think was grossly overlooked. But with that being said, it is late, Robert, and I'm 3.5 hours and I can't skip anymore. All
right, well, you go. Thank you for being here. We love you. You didn't get to billow tonight. I'm sorry, but you talked. You had very good points, very good things to say, and it was a delight streaming with you.
Thank you. It's a delight being here with both of you, of course, now. And guys, please do subscribe to Positive Fandom, my channel. I will have my Sunday brunch show on Sunday at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow night, or actually tonight, I will be doing part 2 of the Blade Runner PGS Moving Image series with Cameron Pasha and Catherine Cook. So please do check that out tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. Guys, it's been such a pleasure. I love being on the show, and thank you so much.
We wish you good evening.
Thank you.
And now it's just the two of us. I can't stay much longer, actually, because I have a doctor's appointment in the morning. But let's ask, what's going on in your life, sir?
It was a really long week of work, which I'm sure nobody wants to hear about. But in terms of things that people might want to hear about, let's see. There's so many movies that came out like the past weekend. I mean, yeah, there was No Hard Feelings, but even the weekend before with The Flash, there was like Past Lives that came out.
Right.
Which I want to see. I hear that's amazing.
Yeah, me too. I haven't seen it. I hear it's great.
And then this week, Asteroid City, or was that last week? Yeah, that was last week. Asteroid City came out. And then this week, Ruby Gillman, Indiana Jones. There's so many movies that are coming out. I'm like, yo, who decided this? Like, don't the studios, they announce their movies when they're coming out? Like, don't the other studios see that?
Yeah, but it was weird because a lot of people, because of COVID and this June and July, there was a lot of movies that had to come out, so it's a tough one. And then you've got Barbie and Mission Impossible and Oppenheimer. It's a big month, and June was huge too.
I'm so excited to be depressed after Oppenheimer.
You think the real question is,
wait.
Do you think Oppenheimer will be allowed to open in Japan?
That's a good question.
I mean, I don't mean this to be glib.
No.
I'm curious if
I didn't even think about it. Have you looked into it? Have they
well, no, I just read that there's no Japanese release date yet. No Japanese release date.
Okay, I'll do an over-under. I'll put the over-under at 30%. It gets a Japanese release. So not likely, but I don't think it's abysmally small either.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. That's a very good question. Tickets, by the way, are on sale for Oppenheimer. 20 days until it opens. 20
Got mine,
days
dude.
until
There's no
Oppenheimer.
70 millimeter IMAX near me. I can't see it in 70 millimeter. I'm so sad.
Yeah.
What do
I
I
know.
do, Rob?
I tell you one thing. I'm seeing it in 70 millimeter, and I'm going to see it in IMAX.
So I'm going to see it in the IMAX that they have next to me, but it's not going to be like, I'll be like, I'm missing so much image that I could have gotten.
I know. Well, I know it's too. So what about your show this week was on the anime you need to watch this summer?
Yes.
What's like the number one? What's number one on your list?
My most anticipated show next season. Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah, man, come on.
What's coming out? Hang on, wait.
Here, let
Got me on the spot. Hang on, wait. No, I'm looking it up right now. Okay, I got it. Let me see. Out of these, goodness gracious. Probably Mushoku Tensei Season 2 or Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War Part 2. The reason why with Bleach is because the first part was fantastic, like insane. And then with Mushoku Tensei, I didn't think that the first season was great, but the way it ended and the way the final few episodes were leading up to it, it really like started to like affect me emotionally. And I was like, oh, where was this the entire past, 15 episodes? And so I think that there's been a time skip, and I heard that this season is going to deal with like a lot of darker stuff. So I'm excited to see hopefully a more mature season there. But yeah, probably those two.
That's good. That's cool. All right. I like that.
Are you watching any anime?
You know what I'm watching? I'll tell you what I'm watching. Where did I put it? Did I move it? Hang on. So my favorite anime of all time is Legends of the Galactic Heroes. Mm-hmm. So I've been delving into the remake, which is not terrible. It's not terrible. It's I love the show so much. It's interesting that they felt the need to remake it. They're kind of doing it. They did it as a series, and there's a series of movies. It's still, I don't like the character designs as much. And they use, of course, CG for all the space battles, which I understand. But
yeah,
what was really interesting in the original series was part of the interesting appeal of it was they used real classical pieces. Like they would score a space battle to Ravel's Bolero or something, and it was really interesting. And the show is just epic. And the original OVA series is 110 episodes, and it details a conflict between these two warring galactic empires. And while there's main characters, there's also within episodes these massive side stories that deal with the politics. It's incredibly dense. It's like watching a World War II story that deals with both sides of the war and the futility of war. And sometimes they'll introduce they'll introduce a really sympathetic character only to show them succumb to war. And it's just it's amazing. You would love it. It's really, really, really good.
I've been hearing that. It's on my when I open the My Anime list, my account on that, and I go to the plan to watch, I got like 200 shows in there, Rob.
Right?
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about it is it's very much like very real world. Mm. It's not like the cities on the planets. Everyone lives in like European chateaus. So it looks like World War II, like on planets, or it's like France versus Germany or something. It's very, it's a hybrid show, but it doesn't have the kind of action that anime has. It's not like it's the furthest thing away from Dragon Ball Z as possible.
Right.
It's very serious, and it's very much like it's an excellent science fiction story where the human beings look very human. They're in uniforms, and like if somebody gave me an unlimited amount of cash, I would make the live action version. But since the episodes are half an hour, I would make a 65 hour-long episodes, and just adapt the whole series straight, and just do exactly. I'd go to Europe for like 5 years, and film all of them at once. If I was, it'd be the greatest thing ever.
No, my anime of the year last year, I think I told you about it. Arknights, Prelude to Dawn. It's a lot like that. And I compared it a lot to Andor in terms of tone.
Right, that's right.
A very serious story, and just in case anyone doesn't know about it, basically, you have this this virus that infiltrates the world. Then you have the people who are infected versus the people who aren't, and it's mainly about politics and like what the answer to this problem is. Like the people, some of the people who are infected are like, we need to get rid of everybody else, because they're trying to get rid of us, and so we got to defend ourselves. Then you have the people who aren't infected who are like, we need to get rid of the infected people so it doesn't spread anymore. Then you have some other people in the middle, and you have people who are acting on their own self-interests. It's really, really cool, and I was surprised because when it was coming out, it's based off of a mobile game, and so everybody was like, nah, Arknights, who cares? But then I was looking into the season about halfway through last year, and I was like, wait, it's good? Like, it has good reviews? Oh, I guess let me put on the first episode. I was floored. The opening shot is like this 1 to 2 minute. I mean, I guess it's not live action, so it's not like a one take, but it's one angle, the opening shot for like 2 minutes, and people walk in and out of frame, and you just hear them talking, and they move around, and you're like focused on this one character for like the first 2 minutes.
Right.
And the first time they did that, I was like, why is this like production value like comparable to some of the shows that get like the highest budgets? Like the director knew what he was doing with the sound design, with all the camera shots he was choosing. I was like, this is based off of a mobile game. Like, who cares? Like, why is it this good? But
well, somebody cared.
And the thing is, it's like you said, the Legend of the Galactic Heroes. It's you said it was pretty long, right? It was like 100 and something episodes, right?
It's 110 episodes, and then they have 3 movies, and then they have a sequel, a prequel series. But the prequel series, the movies they're okay. They're okay, but the 110 episodes are really, really. It's based on a 10-volume Japanese science fiction novel series, and it's really interesting because it basically, at the heart of this conflict are these two guys, these two main characters that basically are the commanders of each opposing side, and they both really respect one another. They respect each other's politics, and they respect each other's abilities as commanders and statisticians. So that's at the heart. Their conflict is, but they really respect one another, and it's really, really good, really, really good.
Yeah. The thing about it is, I'm sure it's great, but Arknights is only 8 episodes, so there you go.
Right.
Season 2 on the way. It's much easier.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I'll watch that, and then of course I love
recommend it. Yeah.
Space Battleship Yamato, the remake. And I haven't seen the 3rd season yet because I don't have it on Blu-ray. I was buying the Blu-rays from Japan of the 1st season because they were subtitled in English, and that's really unique for Japanese shows to be subtitled in English. And they were hideously expensive, but when they put out the 2nd season, they stopped subtitling them in English, so I have to wait until they get released in America on disc. And I'm like, God, why'd I have to wait? I don't like to wait.
Anime box sets for their Blu-rays are so expensive. I can't buy them because I'm like, oh yeah, I'll buy 12 episodes. $60? Bro, these episodes are 20 minutes.
Dude,
like,
I'm looking at my Legends of the Galactic Heroes box set. It cost $800 from Sentai Filmworks.
No.
Sentai Filmworks.
Rob, think of what you could have done with that $800.
Buy what, 3 Hot Toys figures? No, I had to have, that's the kind of thing where that's the most expensive physical media thing I've ever bought in my life. By a wide margin. Nothing comes close to that. And it was probably stupid to buy it, but you know what I figured, since they brought it to America, and it was because it you couldn't get it. I was looking at Hong Kong bootlegs. The fan subs are way better. But that finally they have it properly subtitled. It's in a cool box and everything. And I even have the soundtrack albums that come, the CD soundtracks come in these beautiful boxes of each opposing side. It's all this classical music, and it's awesome. And I wish they made more merch from it, like action figures and stuff, but
That's pretty
they
cool.
didn't. Yeah, they didn't make much merch.
Yeah.
But,
All right, Rob, let's cut the crap and give the audience what they want. Have you seen Rise of the Beasts yet?
no,
What are you doing?
I have not.
Why aren't you? Why didn't you see it?
Well,
You always talking about giant robots.
I know. I here's the thing. I've been so busy working on various projects, like our film The White Devils. I can say that again. I've just been so busy working on. I haven't even gone. The last movie I saw was last weekend. I saw Guardians of the Galaxy again, and then I saw Dial of Destiny because I knew, you got to see Indiana Jones, and that was today, and that's all I've done.
Did you like Dial of Destiny?
Well, we spent 2 hours talking about it, but you know what?
I must have missed that.
Did I like it? I enjoyed watching it. I enjoyed watching it, and I didn't think it was a terrible movie. But I question its existence. If that
What about as a send off to Indiana Jones? Thumbs up or thumbs down as a send off to the franchise?
Well, I here's the thing. It was fine, but as a send off to the franchise, I don't. To me, the send off to the franchise is Return of the King. If you're gonna watch something, but I know that was designed. This felt like it was something that the corporation, Disney and Lucasfilm, thought they had to make it. They wanted to go out on a high note, and to me, it felt. I feel like the whole idea behind making this movie was inevitable, and I wish that I believed that somebody came up with this killer Indiana Jones idea, and from scratch they wrote this great script that was as good as Raiders of the Lost Ark, but it's not, and there's too many things in it that are. Look, I think it got a bad rap. What was interesting is they thought they had this incredible movie on their hands. And so that's why they played it at the Cannes Film Festival a month early, and it backfired. So none of us were able to go in and watch it fresh for the first time. We'd already heard the word out of Cannes and all that. And I'm wondering if I had never known anything about this movie. And this is one of the things I really can't stand about our punditry space. There is so much built-in vitriol for Kathleen Kennedy and Lucasfilm and whatever that it's impossible to look at anything like to me. I think that the lackluster third season of The Mandalorian is the most egregiously bad thing that's happened to Star Wars.
Really?
That third season of Mandalorian, I was like, give me a fucking break.
Worse
really?
than Rise?
Well, yeah, Rise of Skywalker is pretty awful. It's funny because again, I covered the Duel of the Fates script on this channel.
Dude, don't remind me. That script's so much better.
It's so much better, and I look at this stuff and I'm thinking Star Wars is one of the greatest franchises in the world, and people would blame Kathleen Kennedy, but you also have to blame Disney as well. Disney has as much complicity in all this as anything else, and I just don't understand how come they do what they do, and it's beyond Kathleen Kennedy. It's beyond, like, I look at Rise of Skywalker, like, who read that script? And you look at that script, none of that script makes any sense. It doesn't make a lick of sense at all, and I wonder. What is the story that's being told in the problem with look, I hate the Disney sequel trilogy. And I hate it because there's literally no story being told. Once again, it's an amalgamation of all this stuff that we've seen. You meet, and the thing is, Rey is supposed to be like Luke, except underexplained. Like when you first meet Rey, well, my parents disappeared and I'm living in this downed all-terrain armored transport. Why? Why are you living there? Like, why not move to the food? Like, go someplace, Angkor Plut, whatever. Go. Can't you do something else? Like, why are you living there? And I'm watching this, and I did not believe. Why does Jakku have to be a desert planet? Like, why? Because desert planets are in the Star Wars universe. Like, why would you? And I asked myself that question. I don't understand the decisions that are made in any of these movies. Larsen Tekka, the Max von Sydow character. We don't even know who he is. We don't know who Poe Dameron is. And, you have a template in Star Wars, the first Star Wars, A New Hope. If you look at Star Wars, if you think about how the story is told, it's brilliantly constructed. And there's never one moment in that movie where you ask yourself, who are these people and why are they doing what they're doing?
Yeah.
I mean, you get a crawl. It is a period of Civil War, rebel spaceship striking from a hidden base of when they're first. You got that crawl. And then the next 5 minutes after the crawl disappears, everything that they've told you in that opening crawl is reinforced. Oh, there's Princess Leia. Oh, here's the starship. She's the custodian of the soul and plants. She's putting him in this robot. Like, we meet R2 and 3PO. And did you hear that? They've shut down the main reactor. Will be destroyed for sure. You know exactly what's happening.
It's not my favorite Star Wars film. That's Empire, but I think it might be the most efficient, not wasting any time or any lines screenplay ever written.
Well, yeah, and it explains and shows you the world, and you're drawn into the world. Now, I always tell people, I mean, obviously you're younger than me, but imagine living on a planet where nothing in the history of humanity, no movie, there was never anything like Star Wars seen before ever. In terms of a realistic lived-in world, in terms of all that stuff, it was an amalgamation of things like, Maria from Fritz Lang's Metropolis looked like C-3PO, but nobody knew that. And when you're watching Star Wars for the first time, it was watching something. It was so unique because there was literally nothing even remotely similar to it. Not even remotely similar to it, which made it even more impressive because no one had ever seen world building like that in a film. No one had ever seen realism like that in a science fiction film.
Yeah.
And even shooting on these landscapes and all that. No one had ever seen anything like that. The sets they built at Elstree Studios or whatever, Pinewood, it was incredible. And it all worked. And it was one of the most captivating as a 10-year-old kid. It was a moment in my life where it was literally like watching magic happening in front of you. And it was. That's exactly what it was. Ever since then, I don't understand, and the same was true of Dial of Destiny, I don't understand why you don't go back and look at the first movies in these trilogies and go, okay, everything I need to know about Star Wars, and the same is true of Star Trek. I go back and I watch these original shows. It tells you everything you need to know. And and I think people are looking at, like, the prequel trilogy, George Lucas was using new technology and his humanity had left him because he was George Lucas. He couldn't walk out and get a cup of coffee without being mobbed. So the thing about the prequel trilogies, none of it feels, everybody's off because they're cutting and pasting different performances, so you never get somebody just delivering a single line. It's all manufactured. But the story's interesting. As much as I think the prequels are not good, the story that they're telling is interesting. The idea of democracy dying, that the Phantom Menace that's going to destroy the Republic and turn it into an empire. I mean, this is based in real stuff. So there's an interesting story there. I do not know what The Force Awakens is about. Like, I watched The Force Awakens and I'm looking at Starkiller Base. I'm like, okay, this base is within striking distance of the heart of the Republic, or the New Republic. How long did it take to build a planet-sized base? How much resources? How many people? How many droids? And are you telling me that you can see the heart of the Republic apparently from the surface of that planet? Why was that base even allowed to be built? What? I mean, you look at that, like, who and I have to tell you, when I'm watching the movie, I'm like, I do not believe that this would have been allowed to be built.
That's why they're filling in the gaps in The Mandalorian.
A planetary defense, a weapon that can, apparently you can only use it once because it extinguishes a sun, but it doesn't move because it's a planet. I don't understand anything about that movie. I don't understand who's doing what to whom. I don't understand the First Order. None of it makes any sense at all. And this is my problem with J.J. Abrams. He just assumes you're like, well, the First Order is like the Empire. And I'm like, okay, I read a lot of the expanded or now Legends books, you know, Mara Jade, the Jason Solo, all that stuff that went on from in the 90s. Any one of those things was better than what they gave us. And I think one of the problems with these franchises is next week's episode of Strange New Worlds is an adaptation of a comic book story. You know, so not crediting the writers. And it's just, I look at this stuff and I'm like, who is allowing this? On all of our franchises, the people that are in control of these franchises don't even know any of this stuff. They don't know that there's all this expanded universe stuff that they could make use of. And even, I have to tell you, Jon Favreau, I respect. Dave Filoni, I respect. But the Mandalorian storytelling in the 3rd season, like, what the hell? You know, an episode where they go back to Mandalore. They go in and out and in and out and in and out 3 times in an episode, and you're asking yourself, what kind of plot is this? Right. You know, and I still don't understand, why aren't all the Mandalorians on Mandalore now anyway? Why weren't they there in the first place? Why, when you meet what's her face, Bo-Katan, when you first meet Bo-Katan in season 3, why is she just draped over her throne? Like,
she's sad,
waiting for the Mandalorian to walk all the way down. Why would, okay, if I was going to make that, how you do it is you show the Mandalorian ship land, and then cut to, he's already met her. He's there. He just walks up to her throne. Why are you showing me this long trek down this corridor and you have her just draped over her throne? It doesn't make any sense. And why do they spend this time? And I look at this stuff and I'm like, this is filmmaking 101. And I do not understand. And now I'll tell you something. As an exercise, watch Dial of Destiny and then go watch Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. And Dead Reckoning Part 1, and by the way, I haven't seen Dead Reckoning Part 1, but I will guarantee you that you will go watch Dead Reckoning Part 1 and you'll think to yourself, wow, this is a real movie that's made by real filmmakers, and they're making that script up as they go along too. They don't know what, I mean, Chris McQuarrie will even tell you he's writing as they're making the movie. And those movies are way more satisfying from a franchise standpoint. They've just been getting better. Ghost Protocol, Rogue Nation, Fallout, and now Dead Reckoning. And it's like you have to ask yourself, what's going on here? Why are we spending $300 million on movies that are not good? And
I don't know. You know, you were talking about with the new Star Wars, you have no idea what's going on, and that's a good point, because I know you've seen them, obviously. The prequel behind the scenes and the behind the scenes of episode 1, it might be my favorite behind the scenes clip.
Oh,
ever.
It's incredible, which is hard to see now because I don't.
To his lodge, and he just, with a piece of paper and a pencil, starts plotting everything and like writing down, and you see him write like this paragraph of like what Anakin looks like, and he starts like asking himself like, who is the father, what is the significance of this and that. And he talks about in interviews, like with the first Star Wars, he knew that he couldn't, tell what happened before because it would be way too expensive and the technology wasn't there, so he was going to jump ahead. But in order to do that, you had to know everything that happened before. And so he knew where all the characters were. He knew, like, that's why you were mentioning why is Rey on this planet? You don't ask that question when you see Luke on Tatooine. And it's almost like the same type of situation. The reason why is because there's so much other story that was already thought out and significance as to why he's there that wasn't thought out. It was just like, oh, it's a mystery. Who knows what is going on here?
Well, yeah, and the thing is, there's no answer. Even the filmmakers don't.
She's a Palpatine.
Yeah, they didn't know that. I mean, the thing about when you land on, here's another thing that is brilliant about the first Star Wars. We all understand what it's like. Well, I've never lived on a farm, but we understand, we come from the United States. We know people that grew up on farms or whatever. And Luke is a teenager. He's living on a farm. He has to do chores, farm chores, except they farm moisture out of the air instead of crops. That's what they do. And you know, his friends have left to college, and he's stuck behind at the house dealing with chores and helping his uncle. We all get it. You understand immediately, like, that's what Luke. So when you meet Luke, it's like, okay, his dad died, some veteran of foreign wars. We don't know what happened. He lives with his aunt and uncle, you know, and we get it. We understand exactly what's going on. You never have any question. And when he's looking up at the twin setting suns of Tatooine, and you hear the John Williams French horn, na 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 na, we're all like, I was that guy. I sat there and I looked at the moon, and I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do with my future? I mean, we all know it. So every person in the audience that's watching Star Wars was able to identify with Luke Skywalker. And we don't even know, all the audience knows is that there's something up with these two droids. So the droids, like, we know the droids, like, R2's got this thing and there was a battle and all that. Luke doesn't know. You know, and we don't even know it's in R2-D2. So the audience is going, huh, we've seen the princess give R2-D2 this thing. They've escaped from this battle. And when are they going to tell Luke? Like, when's Luke going to find out? And I am C-3PO. Hello. You know, Luke's like, hello. And you guys got a lot of carbon scoring here. Have you seen a lot of action? And C-3PO is totally lying to Luke. Lying. Just outright lying. Like, I'm not going to tell him. You know, and then, of course, and I don't think people give C-3PO credit for how much he lies at the beginning of Star Wars. And R2-D2's lying, too. And when Luke accidentally trips the princess's hologram, look at how that scene's played out. It's like C-3PO and Luke are like, I mean, C-3PO and R2 are like thinking to themselves, do we tell him? What do we tell him? He seems nice. Maybe he can help us. You know? and just you reconsider playing that message for him. And R2's like, no, I'm not going to do it. And R2-D2's like, I'm out of here, bro. He sets off out of the jungle and wastes. And it's all very intriguing. It's great storytelling, you know, and it brings you along. You start with R2 and 3PO, then you meet Luke. Then R2 leaves, and 3PO and Luke go get R2. They get attacked by the Tusken Raiders. Then we meet Ben. Then Ben tells him what's up. It's like, I don't remember ever owning a droid. Why not? You should have seen Phantom Menace. You would have remembered. And then then you go to Mos Eisley. You meet Han and Chewie. Here's our players now. And now it's a forward momentum journey that you never wonder who's doing what to whom. Why am I doing this? It's instead of a Death Star, you're at the evil castle. We've all seen it before. We all get it.
And that's the story never stops. I mean, I've sadly grown up in a world where I've only ever seen the special edition, so I've never seen the original,
right.
But I've heard stuff about it. So
would you like me to send them to you?
Actually, I
can burn you some Blu-rays if you want them.
Oh yeah, no, but I'll consider that. But that scene after Han is like, all right, you've got yourself a ship, you know. I've only always seen that scene followed with him meeting Jabba, but I know that wasn't originally there. No. And I every time I see it, I'm like, I just have to imagine the scene isn't here, because the movie halts. It's the first time the movie like halts, because usually the movie's going, like, Princess Leia, Darth Vader shows up, they get on Tatooine, Luke gets them, they go to Ben's like, yo, Jedi stuff. They go get a ship. Oh, we're gonna talk about some backstory about Han. Oh no. Stuff that doesn't apply to anything in the plot of this movie. Future sequel setup. All right, back to the plot. And then they keep going. And I'm like, that seems so, like, I know it was originally filmed, but it seems like it was tacked on.
Well, it was tacked on. There's a reason why they cut it out. And Jabba the Hutt originally was a human being.
Yeah.
You know, and it's again, and they have Boba Fett in there. I mean, here's another thing. I understand Boba Fett's a fan favorite, but in Empire Strikes Back, originally when Boba Fett was introduced,
so cool.
Yeah, we'd never met Boba Fett before, and like those other bounty hunters don't work for Jabba. So this idea that I hate the idea that Boba Fett is part of Jabba's court. That was the dumbest shit ever. And what happened was, remember, the special edition of Star Wars came out 20 years after the original movie did. So for us old school fans, Star Wars changed my life, and I've been watching it for 20 years. And when I went in and there were fundamental, he's messed with it so much, even since you've been born. He's messed with the special editions and changed them around. But when you watch that special edition, suddenly Boba Fett is just part of Jabba's court. And because in Empire, you see Empire, you see Zuckuss, Dengar, 4-LOM, IG-88, and Boba Fett. You see these different bounty hunters. Well, they're not all working for Jabba the Hutt. You know, I got the idea that he found the best of the best bounty hunters. He called them because he's not going to make everybody show up. So he gets these bounty hunters. And then in the course of the bounty, Boba Fett outsmarts Han Solo, knows he's going to Bespin, gets there first, brings the Empire there. Because the Millennium Falcon, which people also don't get, has no hyperdrive. So it took them, if you watch Empire, if you think about how much time passes in that movie, it's probably months. Because Luke is training with Yoda for probably months.
I never thought about that.
And how long did it take the Millennium Falcon to go to limp under sublight power to get to Bespin? Probably a long time. Now I can't tell you how long, but it wasn't just a day or two. Because Boba Fett was able to use light speed and get to Bespin. They had to go in there. They negotiated with Lando Calrissian. The Empire shows up. Not only did the Empire show up, they probably took over. They had to make a thing. They had to make a big stink about it, and then they had to leave, so they hid everybody. They couldn't have all the ships circling around Bespin or whatever. So it's really interesting. Nobody really thinks about that, but the time frame, how much time passes in Empire Strikes Back? Months, I think. But, you know, a lot of people could disagree with me. But,
you bring it up, and suddenly I'm like, you know, I feel like that should have been something like, is that a plot hole? But, you know, the movie is so perfect that you don't even notice. Like,
you don't even know, and it doesn't matter.
Like, oh, yeah, cool. Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter because everything with Empire makes sense. By the way, my 6th scale snowspeeder was shipped to me from the Netherlands.
You know, you were talking about Boba Fett, and as you were explaining the stuff, I felt this when I showed my girlfriend Star Wars the first time a month and a half ago-ish. And that's not the same character as the Disney Plus show. I don't know what happened to him, man. Like the way you were talking about him, like outsmarting Han Solo, and he's maneuvering around an Empire, and he's doing all these things, and then suddenly, like a bantha, you know?
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, I think that's part of the problem, you know, and even when Boba Fett was introduced in the animated sequence in the holiday special, he's still cool. And, you know, it's really interesting because the way he moves, the way Jeremy Bulloch moves in Empire. And another thing that Lucas went and did, they changed the voice of Boba Fett to Tamora Morrison. You know, and at the end of Return of the Jedi, Anakin Skywalker, who was played by Sebastian Shaw, has been replaced by young Anakin, which really makes no sense.
Yeah.
You know, and there's all these half-assed decisions that are made that don't make a whole lot of sense. And, you know,
I keep thinking about the actors, like the original person who played the Emperor in Empire, or Sebastian Shaw, or the person who voiced Boba Fett. Like, how do they feel suddenly having their work just taken out and replaced digitally?
Well, that's another thing. And the idea that there's a philosophical, you know, Star Wars was such a watershed moment that and it existed for 20 years. Like in my life, Star Wars, he fiddled with it all the time. It was originally just called Star Wars. And then before Empire came out, he changed it to A New Hope, Episode 4, A New Hope.
Oh, so it wasn't Episode 4 when it originally came out?
No.
Oh, so it just said it is a period of civil war. No Episode 4, nothing. Wow. Did Empire say Episode 5?
Yes.
Oh, because and then suddenly y'all were like, what?
Yeah. Well, they had released Star Wars again. They re-released it multiple times. And then, you know, Return of the Jedi was called Revenge of the Jedi.
Yeah.
And I have, you know, they Bantha Tracks, the Star Wars fan club sold the one sheets for, and I had bought, I think I was able to get 3 of them.
Yeah, I've seen them.
The movie was Revenge of the Jedi. The trailers came out until somebody figured out, well, you know, the Jedi are taking revenge as they don't do that because the Force is only for defense. And I'm sure that's what George Lucas somebody probably said, you know, George, and it's not really the right title for this movie. But
so he saved revenge for Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah,
like, I'll
reuse
it later.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that that's the problem that I have is, and I honestly believe that. See, the thing is, when you have a creator like for instance, for 20 years, the scene with Greedo it's a character moment. Like Han Solo's life is being threatened by Greedo. You know, he says, "Over my dead body." Greedo says, that's the idea. And in Western fashion, Han Solo blasts Greedo, kills him, and then he walks to the bartender. He says, "Sorry for the mess," and flicks a coin to him. But George Lucas then became a dad, and he adopted kids. And at some point he thinks to himself, well, this is a kid's movie. I can't have Han Solo being a murderer. So we have to, in the special edition, I have to change it. And he's changed it like 4 times. But what's interesting about that is even I, as a kid, I never thought to myself Han Solo was a murderer. Yeah, Greedo says, over my dead body, that's the idea. And in Western fashion, it's a gunfight in a bar. How many Westerns have, and then the guys walk out and kill each other in the street, or one of them kills the other. So this idea became, I've got to change this. And again, when George Lucas put when you went into Mos Eisley Spaceport, it was a shithole. It was like an East Texas I know you live in Texas. It's a shithole. But it was terrible.
Wait a minute.
It was an awful place to be. this horrible truck stop in the middle of nowhere. And then in the special edition, suddenly there's all this crap happening. Jawas are riding Rontos. There's all kinds of. It's now like a metropolis, a sprawling metropolis.
Yeah.
And then you're like, wait, what? And so the moment the moment in Star Wars where Ben Kenobi demonstrates his power. We need to see your identification. You don't need to see his identification. We don't need to see his identification. And the whole thing with Ben Kenobi was, in the original, there was nothing except what Ben Kenobi was doing to the Stormtrooper, which was using the Jedi mind trick on him or whatever. If you watch the special edition starting in 97, there's so much crap going on. There's things floating in the air. It's distracting for you as a viewer. You're looking around, especially the first time I saw it, I'm like, what is all this? And you fail that. The point of that scene is to watch Ben Kenobi wield the Force in a way that we've never seen before. It is the first time you see the Force and just how powerful it can be. And these stormtroopers wave them on, move along. It's amazing. And when you saw it the first time, that worked for 20 years. And then when I went in 1997, we all, were excited to see the special edition. And when you looked at all this stuff, you realized, you're like, why would George Lucas, as a director, do that to the very first demonstration of the Force in a Star Wars movie? Because he felt it more necessary to put a bunch of stuff in the sky than just leave that scene as it was. Nobody thought to themselves, well, I need to see more floating robots, and I need to see more activity on the streets of Mos Eisley. No, these were stormtroopers. All that mattered was they had to get past the stormtroopers. And I think that's the problem that I have with the Star Wars Special Edition. It was so haphazardly done. And you're looking at this going, did anyone really think this through? And no one was going to tell George Lucas no at this point, because he was George fucking Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, well, because you have that line, I forget the exact wording, but Luke says something like, if there is a center of the universe, you're on the
center, you're on the planet that if there's a bright center of the universe, you're on the planet that it's furthest from.
Right. And then suddenly that statement is completely antithetical to what Mos Eisley is now, because I'm like, yo, this looks kind of fun. Like, let's go say what's up to all the droids and the alien.
Or if you're a pod racer, everyone goes to Tatooine to be in the Boonta Eve pod race in Mos Espa.
And here's Luke racing.
Why
isn't he racing?
I mean, why isn't Luke a pod racer? And I mean, we laugh about that, but you realize that George Lucas kind of lost the plot. And I mean, I love George Lucas, but as he got older, and had kids and stuff, like George Lucas, especially if you read the Mark the Rinsler books about the making of Star Wars and Empire, like, he made Star Wars and it took a lot out of him. Irvin Kershner made Empire Strikes Back. Lucas was not really involved. Gary Kurtz was producing. Lucas was sort of away, and then they had money problems. And then Lucas kind of got involved. George Lucas never liked Empire Strikes Back. He didn't like how Irvin Kershner shot it in mostly master shots, because Lucas likes to get into the edit bay and fiddle. But Irvin Kershner did not shoot enough coverage for George Lucas to fiddle. He shot things with bigger master shots, not so much coverage, so you couldn't cut to close-ups. He'd have people moving into. He was a real filmmaker. He was George Lucas's professor at USC. And Irvin Kershner shot this movie that was going to be put together his way, because there was no other way to do it. And that's why we got Empire. And George Lucas hates Empire. It's his least favorite Star Wars movie. Well, until the
Has he said that in an interview? That's interesting.
No, but if you read what he says about Empire, he was not, he flat out did, especially when they were making Empire. When you read that book, he was really pissed, because the movie went the movie. So when they were making Empire, they ran out of money, and they weren't going to make payroll. And if they didn't make payroll, people could have walked or whatever. And 20th Century Fox came and they said, "We'll give you the money you need, but you have to give us the merchandising rights back." Which, when they sold Star Wars to Disney in 2012, they had made $23 billion from Star Wars merchandise since 77 to 2012. $23 billion in merchandise alone. So George Lucas didn't have to give that up. So what Gary Kurtz did, if memory serves, he was able to go to the Bank of Boston. I want to say it's the Bank of Boston, and was able to get a loan to finish Empire. But Star Wars cost like $11 million. Empire ended up costing $20 million. And in 1979, $80, that was a lot of money. And George was pissed, and he was pissed. It all worked out in the end, though.
Wow, I didn't know that, because I knew that have you seen that video of Sam Witwer telling the story about this, like them like talking about, oh my gosh, we get to make Star Wars 2, and then George is like sitting in the corner, he's like, yeah, well, actually, and like he talks about how he now has the money and the rights to, he's gonna do it himself. The second one, he's gonna finance it, and then they were like, wait, but we have the distribution rights, right? And he's like, no. So I guess I always just assumed that they ended up going back to Fox for distribution, but because they needed a distributor. But I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think that they were always going to do. Fox did a really good job, and the thing about that at the time, Fox, the reason Star Wars got made was there was a gentleman named Alan Ladd Jr., who was Alan Ladd Sr.'s son, and nobody wanted to make Star Wars, and it was Alan Ladd Jr. that I used to have it somewhere. I've got a Xerox of a Xerox of a Xerox of a Xerox of the memo where Alan Ladd Jr. said something to the effect of, I think he says, well, if we should make this movie, and it just depends how much we believe in this Lucas kid. And so Alan Ladd Jr. greenlit Star Wars at Fox. And George Lucas had made American Graffiti at Universal, and it made a shit ton of money. They thought they were going to dump it. They're like, no one's going to go see this movie. And it was a huge hit, but then Universal didn't want to make Star Wars. Because the original draft of the thing about, if you read the original draft of Star Wars or the Star Wars, it's almost incomprehensible. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy.
Wasn't it from the point of view of like the Wills and
the Journal of the Wills? Yeah, it's
wow.
It's all crazy. They
tried to put like all the movies in one movie. Yeah,
it was nuts. And the movie was very iterative. People talk about how it was saved in the edit. It wasn't saved in the edit. It was just edited like all movies are. It's just George Lucas never had a handle on it, and he still doesn't have a handle on it. I mean, he thinks he does, but
is George super involved in the edit bay, especially for the original Star Wars, or does he?
Yeah, no, he was because his wife edited the film.
Oh,
yeah, was one of the Marsha Lucas she's an Academy Award winning editor.
Oh, because everybody mentions how like Star Wars was saved in the edit, and so I just assumed like maybe they were like, okay, just get it over here. Like the studio heads were like, get it over here, just get George away from it. Let's fix this real quick.
Yeah,
but that's interesting. I didn't know his wife edited it.
Yeah,
did she edit? Did she continue to edit the movies, or
they had a big falling out? Yeah. They. As a matter of fact, I mean, if you ask me, the conventional wisdom is the reason that George Lucas did the special editions in the first place. I think was because the Star Wars special editions have different copyrights on them, and that's why he pulled the originals from release, because he didn't want his wife to get any more money. I mean,
George!
I don't know if that's true, but they had a very, I mean, she made tens of millions of dollars in their divorce settlement. So what George Lucas did was he pulled, because she has claim over the originals because they were married at the time. You make a new movie. The Star Wars special editions are new films with new copyrights. So they're not the movies that Marshall Lucas has any claim to.
I thought it was because he was like, yeah, it's my true vision for the films. I thought
Sure.
that was the reason.
Sure, it is.
That's
Sure.
what he has to say. Okay, that's
I mean,
interesting.
I mean, again,
Wow.
I don't know if that's true. It's just
Right,
a
right,
theory.
right.
You know, if you look at the secret history of the website, the secret history of Star Wars. But listen, man, I have to go to bed. I have a doctor's appointment. I think I'm glad everyone's still listening. Because hang on, there's a few super chats here. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I saw Tom talking about it.
Tom says, "What's up with lactation fetishes, Rob?" I don't know. Do I have lactation fetishes? Do we talk?
It's in a
about
lot
that?
of hentai. It's in a lot of
Yeah,
hentai.
it is in a lot. Well, I think, yeah, I can see that. I mean,
I don't like it.
lactation is life-giving, the life-giving nourishment.
I guess.
RRTNZ says, "Hail, Bob. I used to live in Toronto. I couldn't resist watching Strange New Worlds episode 3. 3 words, dumb as shit. Is spot on about what should have happened." Oh, I know. And Glenn Mark says, "Another title I have, Rob, is Grok Amok," which is great because that's a reference to Heinlein and Star Trek. Thank you for doing that. And Thomas Logan says, "Bobby, it's time. Get Dave Parker on. We need him." Dave was in Vegas seeing the band Chaosium that we've had on this show. but I'm out of water.
Let's yeah, well that was a very interesting and enlightening conversation about Star Wars. I will definitely look at that differently. Thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, this was great. Great fun, and you're doing a great job on the show. And I think everybody should watch your show, The Otaku Experience, on Thursdays at 2. You've always gotten to me on time. It didn't hang up this week. It didn't play the intro for like 10 minutes, did it?
No. When I woke up this on Thursday morning, my alarm hit, and I opened up my notifications and I saw a DM from you, and you're like, "Bro, it's like 280p," and I was like, "Oh no!"
Well, because I'd gotten into it, I thought that but I'm glad it was fine. Like you said, it just needed time to, because usually it's always done, and I didn't look. You'd put it up like an hour before I looked at it, or something, or 2 hours, or something.
Yeah, they've been taking. I think it's because I've been filming in a higher bit rate, because it's with all the graphics going on, it got really blurry, and then suddenly it takes longer to render and it takes longer to process. But I think it looks nicer. So.
Yeah, no, that's good. No, and it does. It's great. But I actually enjoyed putting that all up, and because you always give it to me plug and play, which is great. So thank you for that. 21 episodes, dude. Well done.
Thank you, dude. At 25, I'm gonna have to have like a party hat, like with whatever those are called, and then have like a celebration, because that's 1/4
It is a 1/4.
What are you? Aren't you at like almost 900 episodes of Robservations?
I did my 866th episode today.
Gosh, how do you keep track of that?
I just look at the previous episode.
That works.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the secret sauce. That's all I can say. That's all I know. Well, you know what's funny about this? I'm going to, let me see, as I look. I want to look under. Let's see. I gotta find this, because I love this, and I'm gonna play it. Since you're here, I'm gonna play this to go out of the show, if I can find it.
We're gonna play the entire last episode.
No. I was looking for the trailer. The trailer. I was going to play your trailer.
Oh yeah.
So people, there it is. I found it.
All right.
So actually, I forgot to. Hang on. Let me do this. Go to media files. Browse disk. It'll be fine. And I will find it, and then I will play it, and that's how we're going to go out. We're going to end this epic show today. Where is it? Wait, where did it go? It just disappeared. Hang on. I have to go look again. I'm sure as I'm babbling on, people are like, I'm out of here. I'm gone. It's time for me to leave. This is not.
What it looks like on Thursday mornings as you try to upload all the stuff. You're like, oh wait, I just had the thumbnail. Where'd it go? And
Yeah.
you just keep reopening it.
All right. Well, it's been good to stream with you. And I want to
sir.
thank everybody for generously supporting this channel via super chats and tips. I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson for moderating until the wee hours of the evening or in the morning. And there'll be another Architects of Imagination going up. And we'll have the Que Pasa PGS tomorrow, or later today. So watch that. But for those of you who don't or you have never watched the Otaku Experience, you're about to experience what the Otaku Experience is like. So here you go. And Israel, I will see you later.
Attack on Titan, the final season, part 3, gets a 1-hour premiere. Chinese Dongua could surpass Japanese anime in terms of popularity. Michael B. Jordan announces a Creed anime and gives his beginner anime recommendations. Oshinoko's theme song, Idol, is so fire. Hello and welcome to all my fellow weebs, otakus, imagination connoisseurs, and everyone a part of the Post-Geek singularity. Good to see you. You look nice. Welcome to the Otaku Experience. I'm your host, Israel King. Did you do something new with your hair? Or as most people know me, King Tannic. I think it's safe to say that this is going to be the anime of the year. In 30 years, everybody's going to be indoctrinated in like the manga and anime agenda. I'm in love with Princess Peach. Marry me. Wow. What the heck, Studio Ghibli? Or Ghibli, as I've been told, but I've been saying Ghibli my entire life. Here's how the Otaku Experience works if this is your first time watching movies, light novels, manga, video games. You don't want to hear about any of this. The current goings-on in the anime and manga industry. Anime like Wonder Egg Priority, Death Note, Naruto. I know it, you know it. Nier Automata, Licorice Recoil, Bleach, Eminence in Shadow, Demon Slayer. I love it, you love it. Speak Shonen, things like Spy Family, things like Chainsaw Man. Yeah? Yeah. That is a lot to cover. Now, oh my gosh. The AI have risen among us. Ah, Cupid's such a good song. That dude is ripped. Wow. Oh my gosh. Wowie wow. What? I don't know if we can show this, bro. Dude. Oh, this is so bad. Cinema, bro. It is great. Typical weebs. Love it. I have focus pills here. And my throat hurts. What? I only take these when my ADHD is skyrocketing. Dude, could you imagine the fights? I'm not editing this out. Anime and Lord of the Rings. Sorry. Disney has a completed Alien vs. Predator anime. Bum, bum, bum. I think this sounds awesome. I really want to see this. Oh, dude, it's gonna be so awesome. Fun fact, guys, keep that in mind. If you don't know what that means, when an anime season airs, they air in what are called cores. And tsundere is like that girl in an anime who's like super mean to you, and in a lot of anime will like hit and abuse the protagonist, but it's because she likes him. And then she'll be like, yo, why aren't you into me? And it's like, gee, I wonder why. Maybe because you hit me. I love tsunderes, to be honest with you. They're my favorite. What the heck? Fascinating. It's ridiculous. That is such a cool name. Oh no! What is wrong with my name? What the heck? Oh no! How did they do this? Because we're weebs. We're all single. Oh my gosh. We're all single, okay? It's inherently in our DNA. Ah, the tears. This is just insanity. Let me calm down. Look at this. Let's go! Shows fire. Oh yeah. I'm not calling you stupid. Woo. I'm calling us. Come on, dude. Okay. I've never seen this anime that you're talking about. This turned into a rant. I said it wouldn't. This trounces the MCU, bro. It'll be interesting to see if they like reference that, and then we could be the few people who were like, I get that reference, whereas the rest of the theater's like, what are they talking about? And it's like, bro, we read that manga. We talked about it on the Otaku Experience.
Remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen.